out your name. Jump in your canoe, let's paddle with no fear. Racing in the ocean, let the adrenaline sear. Sprinting through the water, feeling the wind's embrace. Pushing to the limit, leaving no trace. In this fierce competition, we're a perfect sync. Determined to conquer with every paddle swing. Can you feel the ocean's velocity? As we race, setting our spirits free. We're all one and there's no stopping now. Catching the waves, we'll make it somehow. Feel the rhythm and the pounding of the waves. Can you hear the sound? It's calling out your name. Jump in your canoe, let's paddle with no fear. Racing in the ocean, let the adrenaline sear. Sprinting through the water, feeling the wind's embrace.
All right, all you hammers out there, let's get this show started. We're getting ready for our keikis. Everybody ready for Moku's championships today? We got a little bit of rain out there, but that's not going to stop us. We're going to have to run a little bit of our short cameras again today. This is a classic Hilo day. We're out there, everybody's getting lined up. We had our coaches meeting, and the kids are ready to go. Let's just take a look at what our weather's going to look like for the full day. I think we're going to see some sun. No. Okay. Not a lot of rain though. Small amounts, so it might be drizzly today. We're going to still try to fly the drone some. You know, electronics and water don't mix. We'll see how we do. We have an updated camera here on the line, so we'll get a little bit more zoom, a little bit more color for you today than the last camera that was down here on this starting point. As we get ready, we've got all our keikis coming out on the course. This is going to be the last regatta for the season. So they're all ready to go. Getting lined up out there. Let's just take a quick look and say good morning to everybody out there, braving this weather, getting ready for Aunty Maile's Moku Championships. I still got a rambunctious crowd near me, but I've put the camera in a little bit more stable spot, so hopefully we won't get too much shaking today. Try to keep you guys from getting seasick. We'll leave that to the paddlers. We got some little ones out there today. Look at these guys. They can barely see over the rails. Those gunnels are looking pretty high for them. I'm not even sure they bothered to bring with the paddles, but let's take a look, see if we can see. Looks like they've got paddles. All right, that's awesome. Love to see it. Let's see how the crowd's gathering. It looks like we've just about got all the kids out. I can see a couple more canoes showing up. They're out there. We got, I think we got one more. Take a look as they come by. So for you that don't know, this is our last regatta on this island, and then we have the state championships, which is going to be held on Oahu this year, Kehi Lagoon. So you know all those points that people have been racking up throughout the regatta as well. This is their last chance to get a few more points and try to push themselves into qualifying for that state's regatta. So you're going to see a lot of heated battles. This is an important event to everyone. Everybody wants to be a Moku gold winner. This is great. We got just a 5-man crew here. Keikis headed out. And we got a lot of crews on the line, ready to go. Okay, looks like we're getting close. Let's take a quick look at our start boat. Do we have a start boat? Okay, maybe they're going to sneak in from behind. No, that's not the start boat today. We still have... We have all our crews out there. We're just missing our start boat. Where is our start boat? Oh, here we go. Do we have another crew of kids? No, looks like that's this guy's warming up, but this is our start boat. I believe. No, that's not our start boat either. Some guys going out to enjoy the nice rainy day. Oh, here we go. I see flags. Okay, all right. Our start boat's going out there. That means we're going to get ready soon. Let's just take a quick look down the beach. I'll give you an idea. We're packed. It's pop-up to pop-up down there. Aunty Maile's race is always a popular one. It's a big deal at the end of the season. Everybody's been building points for this. Try to qualify for the state championships. All right, let's take a look. They're getting ready to settle with the flags, so let's come down and take a look at our paddlers. Let's see if our little keikis out there have pulled up some paddles. Oh yeah, they're getting ready. Here we go. All right, specials are underway. Look at these guys go. I'm not quite sure if that's like seat 2.5. You know, right at the Yako. Oh, but the engine there and number 4, he's showing everybody how it's done. Look at that. That is awesome. All right, we got these hammers in the front here. Look at them go. Not to be outdone, they're being chased by everyone on the inside. All right, guys, make it a good one. This is the last one for the season. The last specials race. There's our 5-man crew. Came in late. They're doing good. Look at that. There's only 5 of them in there in third. That is awesome. Let's check these guys out. Oh, yeah. It's great to see all these canoes and all these keikis out there on the water. I love it. So let's just take a look. I got both cameras up, you know, because it's pretty wet out there. All right. All right. Like some of these guys are fast. They're already finishing. That is awesome. And I'm a little dyslexic here in this morning, getting set up. I'm gonna bring you to our set of cameras. We got 2 going today, and here comes our finishers. Woo! Almost a 3-way tie. That's great. All right, you know, it's always a good time to test out our replays. Make sure that we're good to go. Look at all those canoes. I think this is the biggest keiki fleet we've had. So good to see. Even got double hulls. We usually get the double hulls. These guys always come out in their double hull. All right, well, despite the weather being a bit gloomy, I'm stoked to see all these guys out here paddling. So many. I can give you a better look, too, down the beach from this angle. If you take a quick look, you get an idea of the crowds. Everybody likes to be down by the finish line because that's where a lot of the action is. You can see here, everybody's prepared for the weather. Everybody knows what's up. They're not messing around. We got tents everywhere. All right, but we've got this special tower. We're down here in the inn. Okay. Well, you know, as you know, we're going to start again with the 70s. It's going to be women's 70s followed by men's 70s. Let's just take a look at the tides here, see what's going on today. Some important information if you're actually paddling. Unlike me, I'm on the injured list, so I haven't been paddling this season, so I'm jealous of everybody out there getting to do this. Alright, so what do we got here? Okay, so now that I've got myself set up again, I'm ready to show you the tides. Sorry about that. A little bit of distraction from my neighbors. So here's what we got. It looks like a low today, so we're going to see a strong ebb until about noon, and then there's going to be another strong flood in the afternoon. So a little bit stronger flooding current. And what you want to look at there is really the gradient of this, you know, the derivative of this tide, because that's what shows you where the maximum currents typically are. So that's going to be, you know, in the part of the sinusoid wave where it gets a little, where it starts to cross that 0 point. See, so for the 6 a.m. to 11:45 a.m., that's right about the 1 foot mark, which looks like about maybe 10 o'clock or so. That's sort of around the peak current time. And the same for the other side. It looks like, you know, maybe 4 to 5 might be the peak current time. So that's how that kind of works. But, you know, we've got a couple rivers that are just dumping in out there. So that makes a big difference, because when you get all this rain, we've got this river down here by Suisan, and it just empties out into Hilo Bay, and it causes a lot of strange currents to happen. And it's not just that one, right? We also have the other river down here on this other side. So this is over by the Hilo side. Wailuku here. Down here by the tower. If you look past the tree, which may not be possible. Let's see if we can get around this tree. But behind that is the other river. You can see a little bit of the wave action down there. But there is a river that floods down there as well. It brings in current. We're here for it. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that lane 1 flag. They decided to give that lane a lot of room this morning. They've got like an extra distance there on their course. I don't see the buoy. Normally there's a buoy too that marks the edge of the course. So I don't know if they still need to adjust that or what's going to happen out there today. But we're waiting for the lineup there. You're going to see that on the right side of the screen. Those are going to be our 70s women lining up. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on for this event. They probably got the names loaded. Oh, here's our schedule for today. Now what's going to be different about today is we are going to run the seniors race. That's the 1.5 mile race. They only do that on the Moku's race, typically, because it takes quite a while to run. So they usually only do it on the championship race, and then they give everybody a chance to qualify in it for states. So if you finish top 2, maybe top 3, if you're lucky, they got a spot you can slip in for the states. You automatically qualify in that event. So the guys who really want to get to states, that's their one shot in the long distance 1.5 mile race. So qualify today. So it looks like we've got 6 crews out there this morning. All right, folks, we got our 70s race underway. Women's 70. They're coming down the course here. That's my fault. I was busy trying to adjust one of our settings here in the studio. But here we go. This is a half-mile race. We're going to have 4 half-mile races starting today, and then we move back to the quarter miles with the keikis and novices. It's not much difference than what we've had before in the past. going to be the same kind of schedule. Let's see how we're doing here. Looks like we've got Keauhou here in lane 1 is pulling ahead. ʻEhitu, Kamehameha, and looks like, no, I'm sorry, we missed one on the inside. So Keauhou is maybe in second there with Kamehameha pulling ahead, giving everybody a pretty good gap. There's Kamehameha, but the whole fleet's pretty tight together coming into this corner. We're gonna have to see what happens as we get there. Let's take a closer look here on the screen. You can see Kamehameha coming in. They're already starting to turn. They're digging. They're definitely first into the corner. But we've got 2, 3, 4 right on top of them, and looks like Keaukaha on the outside maybe. Yeah, we definitely have Kamehameha in lane 3 there is pulling away. These ladies really won it this year. If I remember right, this race has gone up and down between crews. We'll take a quick look at that as we come along. But Kamehameha has definitely put in a solid gap on the fleet. Let's take a close look at that crew as they come by. It's awesome to see this Kupuna out here, and yeah, definitely, and chasing these guys down. Keauhou in second. Looks like ʻEhitu third. Kawaihae maybe 4. Here, Opua, and then Hoemana and Keaukaha on the outside there. Let's take a look on the other camera, see what we got going on. See if we can track this crew down. Here's it coming into the finish. Definitely have Kamehameha in the lead for this one. They are doing good. Well, these ladies definitely had a close race coming down, but it looks like the endurance is paying off for Kamehameha as they keep pushing towards the finish. They have probably, I would say, half to maybe even a canoe length as we come in here. Let's take a look, watch them finish. Yeah, I think they've got almost a canoe length. Now, these are all unofficial. Oh, this could be a close finish here. Look at that. This is a nice finish. And we've got these 2 crews on the outside, Hoemana and Keaukaha. They're out there in a little bit rougher bumps out there. A little bit hazy because of the rain that's coming down right now. Well, let's go ahead and take a quick look at what we've got for a replay on that one. See if we can get our finish as they come in. I've got a little bit longer recording this time so that we won't miss anything. And here they come in towards the finish. Let me just speed that up a little bit for us. We can get to the line. Looks like I'm going to have to adjust our replay some. Okay, well, coming up next is going to be the men's 70. But before we do that, I just want to take a quick look at the standings for that race because we missed them. So yeah, Keauhou, they're trying to defend first. Kamehameha pulled that off today, earning themselves a few extra points. So you can see this Regatta 8. It's an empty space right now because we're just filling in points still for this race. But yeah, it was an upset for Keauhou. And then we have a pretty tight race between the top 4, 5 even. So we'll have to see how those results shake out at the finals because there's enough points in this race. You get an extra point for being the championship race if you win. That can make a difference for a lot of these crews when they have conditions where it's that tight. So let's move to the men's 70 as they get lined up out there, and let's take a quick look. Alright, so our crews out there today have not loaded, or we have some scratches, one or the other. Let's take a quick look at the sidebar, see what we've got for total canoes that they have in this race, because I think we only usually get 2 or 3, and I'd be surprised if somebody's not out there. But let's just try taking a look. Yeah, I don't know, maybe HCRA is running a little behind time right now. Don't have the crews quite set up. In the meantime, let's just take a look at the standings for this race. So in the men's 70 here, Keaukaha's got a solid lead there. I think they've kind of sewn that up. I think with that kind of lead, maybe they all just decided to call it a day and stay home in the dry weather. Well, let's see who shows up on the line. Let's take a look. We got any canoes coming out? Doesn't look like it. Well, let's see what happens. We'll give them some time. Maybe they're still getting things ready. Okay, 70s men on their way. Let me just see if we can get our crews going. Hopefully they've got them loaded. I don't know why we're not picking up crews. But here they are, coming down the course already. With Keaukaha being the dominant vantage point, I think they're all in line there. But here they come around the corner, men 70. There we go. Looks like ʻEhitu's got a little bit of advantage there coming out of the turn. You see Keauhou finishing their turn out there. They're coming back our way. Once they run perpendicular to our view, we have a better idea of what the lead looks like. But I think Keaukaha picked up a little bit. Almost looked like they caught a little bump there coming around the turn. But they're definitely not holding back now. I think they've managed to give themselves a gap there against ʻEhitu. But they're definitely going to have to battle this one out coming back down. And they're definitely coming into view here. Let's take a look here as they approach the finish. Who's it gonna be? Oh, it froze. Everything froze. Shit, all the cameras just froze. All right, so there we go. You know, we saw Keaukaha and ʻEhitu battle it out, with Keaukaha coming back with a little sprint there at the end to finish it off. Good job, guys. All right, well, our next event is not women's 70. Our next event's going to be the women's 65. All right, let's take a look at the crew spotlights for the women's 65. All right, starting to get lined up here. Let me just take a quick look because we do have an undefeated crew here. Puna has been doing really well in this race. So this is who we've got racing today. Most of the veterans for this crew. We should see a pretty good race. Let's pull up the overall standing and see where we are. So Waikoloa and ʻEhitu have been chasing them pretty closely. Waikoloa is doing well considering, they've got a puka in one of the events. So I expect this to be a good battle because they've been putting a pretty tight performance in for all of these crews this morning. And the last regatta, it was a pretty good battle in this race. So we've got paddles up. We're about ready to go. All right, so we are off. Women 65. Yeah, you can tell it's going to be a good race. We still have a pretty tight fleet. No breakout groups, even though we have an undefeated crew in this. All these women have been battling to catch them, and they're not giving up. So let's take another look here with both cameras as they're coming back and approaching our midfield. So what we're expecting there is our lane 2 Puna paddlers. We're undefeated. We're going to see if they're going to be able to pull this off again today. It looks like we're going to continue having this kind of gray weather today. Let's take a look at our outside crews. We do have a crew moving pretty quickly out there. And that's ʻEhitu. You can see them on the outside, Kawaihae, right there with them. Let's pan back and take a look how this approach is going because they are looking like they're ahead from this angle. I believe ʻEhitu is ahead of Puna just at this point, but just like we saw in the 70s race, anything can happen. These crews are seasoned. They know when to turn it on and when they can go easy. So all these crews coming down here. They are all veteran paddlers. And they've been paddling together, some of them, for a long time. So they kind of know everybody's quirks, the ins and outs of the race. They know when it's feeling like it's time to turn it on and when they need to ease off. Well, let's see if we go into the corner. It does look like ʻEhitu out there is approaching and turning just a little bit ahead of Puna. Here on the inside, turning on that yellow flag. You see them there. It does look like Kamehameha is going to try to give them a run. I'm sorry, ʻEhitu is going to give them a run for their money as Puna hits the flag, but just a bump. No scare there. Let's see how we're doing on the inside. Opua is just coming around the corner. Looks like we got all our crews out of the turn now, coming back down. But ʻEhitu on the outside, they are really turning it on. I don't know where these guys have been this season. This Women 65 crew from ʻEhitu is really putting the pedal to the metal on our Puna crew. But I believe Puna has saw the threat and started to pick it up because they are starting to move and they're starting to gap everyone. You can see the gap they're putting on the fleet, including Kamehameha, on the outside, and it does look like our guys from Waikoloa have decided to try to pick it up and chase them down. These are currently the second standing crew here from the regatta results. They look great out there, but I'm thinking they've got a bit of a lead on them. They're going to be hard to catch. Let's take a look from the finish line as they come in. There's ʻEhitu out there. And on the inside here, behind all these flags, we've got Puna, who has been putting the lead on. Let's see what happens as we get closer to the finish line. See if KEAWE on the outside gives us a surprise, or what's going to happen. They're really fighting for it out there. It's going to be a surprise upset if they do manage to pull this off. So let's pan back. Get a nice shot of the finish line. It does look like Puna's got it. It'll be interesting to see how we finish out there with KEAWE in second, Waikoloa in third. So yeah, Wailoa there. Normally second place finishers with this race. And Puna almost getting upset by the KEAWE Hammers. And we have the rest of our finishers here. Great job, ladies. All right, that's awesome. Well, you know, if we've done the women's 65, it's time for the men's 65. So let's take a look. If we have any results yet, we do. I think we have some results ready for the women's 70 and the men's 70. So let's take a look at those two. So women's 70. I'm not quite sure what happened. It looks like they don't have the results quite up. But we have our men coming up next. Let's just take another look at the results. I'm just going to do that offline here. Okay, looks like we do have our women's 70 results. I think our HCRA servers run a bit slow this morning in the rain. But there we go, Kamehameha. Good size gap there, about 9 seconds, 8 points. Solid job. You can see that extra point for getting first in state in Moku's championships. Alright, it's a good God, Kamehameha. Let's take a look if we have the men's 70 results up. As we get ready for the start of the next race soon. We do have those results. Alright, Keaukaha with their solid lead. They get their extra point. They haven't needed it. They've been doing well this season. So let's take a quick look here at the, see if we've got any more. We do not. So let's get back to our men's 65 race. So I'm not quite sure why my event scheduler is not working right, but it doesn't matter because we do have an undefeated crew here. Waikoloa. They've been doing well in the men's 65. So you can see here we've got Teddy. He paddled for the first time last week in the other regatta, and he's back again to help this crew out. See if they can maintain their standings. Let's take a look at them. Yeah, Waikoloa, 55 points. Hui Waʻa, not far behind them though, and Keaukaha also just a point back. So, you know, this race can make a big difference for second place, part of the automatic qualification for states. You know, 1 point separating those guys, and first place could do wonders for some of these guys. A definite gap that's possible. So we're still waiting for them to line up. Let's just take a quick look at some of our 65 men that are out there. You know, while we're waiting for these guys to come up, why don't we just run a little special we have today? And this is a dedication to say thanks to the Kupuna for coming out here, showing us how it's done and making it look easy. And I think you're gonna like this. This is something that Kavika has put together. Kavika Sing Sung, his Instagram and YouTube channel. He does a lot of filming for the paddling, but he put this little video together and I thought I'd play it.
The elder statesmen and women of the paddling world, our Kupuna, our Tutukane, our Tutu Wahine, the 65 and 70-year-old divisions is just a number to them. It's not stopping them from doing something that they love. Being out on the water with their family and friends and still have that competitive juices flowing. That in itself is an inspiration for us all. To all our Kupuna paddlers out there, whether on the shoreline or in the canoe, you guys are an inspiration. You guys are awesome, and we love you guys.
All right, yeah, that's these guys that are out there, min 65. They're starting to line up. We've got a few more to get to the line. Let's take a quick look at the crew list here for today's race. You know, we do have the undefeated Waikoloa club out there, so we're going to want to watch those guys. And looks like we're still lining up, just about there. I think we're just about there for this race to get underway. Okay, here we go. Min 65 underway. We do have an undefeated crew there, lane 2. Keep an eye on them. Everybody's gunning for points here to try to sew up that extra point for finishing first at the championships. They're starting to move into view over here. They come across. We have all our crews on the outside are doing pretty well this morning. Could be a little bit contributed by that ebb tide, but let's see how we're doing with our undefeated crew on the inside. It looks like they are running about 4th place at the moment, with tight battle there for first. So our undefeated crew is running about 2nd place. As they come into the turns. I like these top 4 inside crews. Top 5 probably. I mean, we've got Hui Waʻa chasing them down. You know, with that point separation, they really want to get those points. As they come into the corner here, it's going to be a tight one between 1 and 2 here. Yeah, here they go. Looks like Waikoloa did pull it off. Yeah, our undefeated crew is really putting up a fight against Hui Waʻa. But you can see we've still got several canoes that have already turned and are coming back down. Our inside canoe is falling back. I don't know if they had trouble on that turn. It does look like Waikoloa is going to manage to pull off another victory for them, keeping their undefeated status. They have a little bit of an overlap with Hui Waʻa. Let's jump down to the finish, take a quick look. And coming down, here comes the fleet. See, some of our outside canoes have faded, but we do have some that are pushing hard, trying to get into the 3rd spot, maybe even 2nd spot. We'll see what happens as they get close to the line. It does look like Kawaihae out there. And Keaukaha. Keaukaha there. With Kawaihae on the outside, chasing both these 2 lead boats. And here we go. It does look like it's going to be Waikoloa, followed by Hui Waʻa. And then looks like Keaukaha out there. And that was a tight race there. I thought maybe Waikoloa guys might have been challenged there by the Hui Waʻa. They certainly were on their tail, trying to make the most of that race. Okay, and then it's Keauhou. I think that is the last of our finishers for that race. I think we got some more results here to show. We do. We have women's 65 results. Let's take a quick look at those results. Let's take a quick look at all the clubs here today and how many races they're entering. We have a pretty good turnout just by looking at the beach and the parking lot. So I hope we get a lot of paddlers out there, all these races. Okay, we're getting ready for girls 10 here. So we're going to be lining up on the other side of the course for their quarter-mile race. So we do have an undefeated crew here in the girls 10. Let's take a quick look at them. They do have a new paddler with them today for the championships. Sometimes a new paddler at the last minute can be difficult. Let's take a look at the standings for everyone. There is a fairly good sized gap there. I don't think they can be caught today unless something happens that DQs them, causes a large upset. Because that's a pretty sizable lead there, over 10 points. So let's just look at some of the backgrounds of some of our paddlers this morning while they get lined up. Okay, let's see who our crews are out there today. Okay, we just about have everybody out there, it looks like. I don't see any other canoes coming out. It's still lining up a little bit on the outside. And we still have a few of these crews coming into the line. Some of these might be the boys' crews for the next race. It does look like our girls are getting ready. I think we got the races underway. Right. Girls 10, first keiki race of the day. 6 canoes in this race. Looks like our undefeated crew has a little bit of a lead already. You can see them there in lane 2. But Puna there on the inside is not one to give up. They're going to give them a good chase. That looks like ʻEhitu there in lane 3. That looks like they're 1, 2, 3 finishers right there. They look pretty unstoppable. Definitely 1, 2, and 3 in those first lanes. The outside lane there, Kawaihae, looks like they're working, trying to catch up with these guys on the inside. Keauhou there in lane 5. Keaukaha somewhere out there. Unless they scratch, I don't see them. But here they are, they're approaching the finish. Yeah, here they come. It looks like they're going to maintain their undefeated status here. KEAWE. Nice job, followed by ʻEhitu. It is a little bit of battle for third, but I'm thinking Puna got that. Good job, girls. Waiākea and Keauhou on the outside there. And then our invisible Keaukaha canoe out there. Good job. Those girls 10. We're going to move on and see who we got up next in this next event. If we don't have any extra results, we do have men's 65 results ready. Let's take a look at how the men's 65 race turned out. And there you can see is a pretty close separation there between first and second. Hui Waʻa. A little bit of an upset race there. But that should not change the standings too much. There's only a couple extra points earned. But that was a tight race. It was a good job. Let's just take a quick look at the states overlay for that race. The kind of times we're talking about. You can see these are the top times in states, not including, does include today's race. So let's just take a quick look to see if we did actually get a record in the men's 65 race for the states. We did not break any records today, but it's good to see that some of the crews that are placing at the top are also consistently performing here. Regatta. So I think we've got our boys 10 starting to line up. Let's take a look at who's going to be out there today. So we also have another boys 10 undefeated crew, ʻEhitu. Looks like they put all their veteran paddlers in. Most of these paddlers have paddled 5, 6, 7 regattas so far as an undefeated core portion of this race. So looks like they're coming fully loaded. Crew is stacked. Let's take a look at the standings for this event. You can see they have a pretty good gap, with 12 points. So they don't really need to even push this one, but based on the crew they put in today, it looks like they're going to come out guns blazing, try to keep Puna, Keauhou, and KEAWE at bay. You can see all those points, even Kawaihae, pretty closely grouped, even though some of these crews in third and fourth have multiple pukas where they were not earning any points. So you can tell these are competitive crews. You can expect to see some good action out there. Let's just let's take a look at our start line. Looks like we only got about three canoes out there so far. So they're still lining up. You can see some of the crews here in the foreground are just heading down there. They got to get all the way down to the end. You can see some of the kids are playing football there. You're not seeing things. That is football. All right, so let's put up our crew tickers here for these guys, and just take a look at the backgrounds. Some of these paddlers while we wait for them to get lined up. All right, looks like we're still lining up. Got 2 more crews coming out for boys 10. Just about all there. You can see their start boat there. We'll keep an eye on them. And we got all our crews almost there. Let's So we got a few still making their way out, looks like. I think that's Puna there. They're headed to lane 3, and you can quite tell who these young hammers are. Pick up their canoe number, maybe. 51. Okay, so that's Kawaihae, lane 1. They're all lined up. Looks like we got all the kids lined up. Can't quite get our start boat. Oh, and the race is off. All right, here we go. Boys 10 underway. Is KEAWE gonna hold off all these paddlers? Got all these hammers coming down the course. What's gonna happen? See, they're working hard there. Some of those steering blades are bigger than those kids. KEAWE is starting to open a gap. They got about a half a canoe length gap. Looks like there's no stopping them this morning. They're definitely moving. Puna here on the inside trying to catch them. All our canoes are moving quickly down the course. You can see there on the left screen the kind of gaps they've opened up for these leaders. They're going to come in with a solid finish. There we go. KEAWE putting the pedal to the metal. Puna chasing them hard. Let's see how we're looking as we're getting up to the finish line. We do have some canoes on the outside that are doing well. And here they come. Definitely KEAWE. Good job, boys. Looks like we're going to have a close one here for the end. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 and 6. All right, let's just see if we can see who got that last finish. I don't think I have my replay camera set up quite right. All right, we're gonna have to look into that one. So that unofficially looked like KEAWE as we get ready for the next event. Let's take a look if we have any more results from the previous races. Looks like we do have results from the girls 10s race. Let's see what we got for the girls 10. Puna, KEAWE, and KEOUA. All right, good job as a girls 10s race. Let's just take out a quick look at how that race went versus states. So this is the next regatta is going to be a big one, the states regatta. So we do have KEAWE managed to get a fifth place time there, 2:23.69. Good job, guys. They had a fast race. They currently hold the top record, so they don't get to take the fifth record as well, but they had a quick race today. ʻEhitu holds the number 4 time. So that's a good job for the girls 10. We have to wait on the boys 10 results. So while we're waiting on them, let's check out the next event, which is going to be the girls 12. As they get lined up down there. We're at event 7 this morning. We do plan to get our drone up soon. Have a little bit of technical problems, and it's kind of hard. We're short-handed this morning. We'll do the best we can. Let's just take a look at the crew spotlights. Who's in this race for girls 12? We don't have any undefeated crews, so this race is up for grabs between all these canoes. And we'll take a quick look at the overview in a minute to see how everybody is stacking up in the previous 7 regattas. Alright, we can expect this to be an exciting race with 11 crews out there. Let's just take a look at the standings for this event while we wait for them to get all lined up. And you can see all these canoes are tight. Kawaihae has a pretty significant lead there by about 8 points. But you can see there's only a point separating second and third. Only 6 points to fourth. So we expect this to be a pretty competitive race between all these paddlers. And it's always fun when you get this many out there. If we really get 12, that would be great, but I think we only have 11. I'm not sure Hoemana came out today for this race. But let's take a look at some of the backgrounds of who is there today. While we wait for everybody to get lined up. We've got a lot of canoes to wait for. We have a little bit of time.
the elder statesmen and women of the paddling world, our kupuna, our tutukane, our tutu wahine. The 65 and 70-year-old divisions is just a number to them. It's not stopping them from doing something that they love. Being out on the water with their family and friends and still have that competitive juices flowing. That in itself is an inspiration for us all. To all our kupuna paddlers out there, whether on the shoreline or in the canoe, you guys are an inspiration. You guys are awesome, and we love you guys.
Alright, looks like we're just about there. 2 more canoes heading out. Right, remember this is anybody's game here. This is the championships. This is where everybody puts it all on the line. There's been no dominant crew out here, but we have had some good results from some of these girls already. It's a little bit of a lead. Wait, one last canoe coming out, so let's just put up a reminder what the standings are for those of you watching at home. Kawaihae in lane 1 today with Puna and Keauhou, along with Hui Waʻa. Those guys are the ones battling it out. Let's keep an eye on everybody. It's hard to tell with 11 crews out there. Just about anything can happen. All right, looks like we're getting ready to start. There we go, there's the signal. It's a good juxtaposition between our Kupuna and our girls 12 here. That's what it's all about, battling for all ages. Ohana, multiple generations. This is great. They are looking good out there too. They're moving down this course. All right, look at this fleet. They're coming in hot right here in the mid-course. Yeah, it does look like Puna has a little bit of edge over Kawaihae. But they're paddling hard. It's neck and neck with those 2 canoes, Kawaihae and Puna, followed by Hui Waʻa and Keauhou. Our outside canoes, no surprises out there, doesn't look like. Let's take another look as they approach the finish. All these kids are just battling hard. And this is the championships, and they know it. They're going to dig in, give it all they've got. It does look like from this angle, though, Puna in lane 2. Let's zoom in so we get a nice shot of this finish, see where we are. It does look like Puna. Lane 2. Wow, that's a tight race there for third. Well, that's a good race. So many canoes out there. I love to see these youth divisions with 10, 11, 12 canoes filling out the whole course. That just means in the years in the future we're going to have a lot more paddling to watch as all these girls progress. Good job, ladies. Doesn't matter if you're last or first, just get out there and do it. That's what I love to see. Good job. So that wraps up our girls 12 event, and I do think we have results for boys 10. So let's put up the boys 10 results. All right, well, I'm just trying to clean up our instant replay camera. I'm not quite sure why we're getting it clipped, and we're still trying to get our drone issues worked out. Being short-handed makes it hard to get everything up and going. But let's just take a quick look at states for boys 10, because there's a couple of our clubs that have set the records. Let's compare today's results with the top states times, because that's going to be the next regatta, and it's sort of what everybody's thinking about. It's on their mind. We do have 2 record holders so far for this season. Today wasn't the day for them to break more records, but we have a number 4 and a number 5 record holder out of the boys 10. So good job, boys. So, our next event now after the girls 12 is the boys 12. Let's take a quick look at that. So our boys 12 does have an undefeated ʻEhitu team. So they're coming back with some experienced paddlers in this event. No new paddlers for them. Let's see if they can hold on to their standings at ʻEhitu. Here's the overall results. They've got a 11-point lead over Kawaihae. And then Kawaihae has a 9-point lead over Puna. So we'll have to see if there's going to be any upsets today. We want to keep an eye on those top 3 canoes. Even Keōua, they've been close in the mix. And Keaukaha could surprise us. They have a puka there, along with Opua. Kind of knocks their scores down, but we'll just see what happens when they get out on the water. So while they get set up down on the turn-in, let's take a look at that camera. Looks like we don't have anybody down there quite yet. Well, let's just give them a few minutes to get set up while we show a quick sponsor. You know, we use this Ultimate Hot Grade solar solution here. We have solar panels up on both of our stations for both cameras as well as our studio, and it's all run without having to run gas generators or anything down here, so it doesn't disturb the crowd. There's no fumes. And it's all thanks to these guys.
Hey guys, it's Jason over at Ultimate Off-Grid Solar Hawaii.
Aunty Maile, she's my great grandma.
Got some exciting news.
The way a lot of
We'll be
people
moving
remember
soon.
her is that
Stay
she would have a
tuned for when and where.
blowhorn on the beach,
If not,
yelling at
just
the
stop by and
paddlers.
Talk stories. Shoot.
Accidentally had a little bit of mix of promos there, but we don't have quite enough time to play the Aunty Maile video. But this namesake is her event. Basically, they turned the championships in a way to show appreciation to all Aunty Maile had done over the decades. Really, she's no longer with us, but we still feel her impact in the paddling community. As her big motto was to love one another and to treat each other with respect. And she's definitely a leader in this community for paddling that we should look up to. She provided guidance for lots of paddlers over the years. She helped open venues for women paddling in Hawaii. And she's done a great job, you know, and we're just sad she's not still here with us. But we're here, and we're gonna race in her honor. And I like to think that she's there somewhere smiling at all these keikis out here today as we get ready for the boys 12. They're all lining up. We got 7 canoes out here today. Let's take a quick look at the crews that are out here in the spotlight. We got a little bit of time as they're still making their way out. All right, let's keep an eye on our undefeated crew here. ʻEhitu. Let's take a quick look at some of the paddlers' backgrounds. That they are getting close. We've still got 2 more canoes coming out. We'll be getting this race underway soon. Alright, well, I think we're getting close to keep an eye on the start boat there. As all our crews get lined up. Got just about ready. Here we go. We're seeing those yellow flags go. All right. That's Kawaihae right there. Taking off. These are our first place crews here. With the KEAWE lane 2, they're undefeated. They have a tiny bit of a lead. The inside though, Kawaihae is pushing, and they've pushed to be a little bit ahead. So are we going to see an upset in this race? KEAWE, the undefeated crew, being challenged there on the inside by Kawaihae. Everybody's being closely followed here by these other crews. Let's take a look on our other camera, see if we can get a better view of who's coming in towards the finish. As we move into the finish camera. Hey. Yeah, so they're coming down the field here. I think we might see an upset in this race. Kawaihae is really pushing hard to catch KEAWE. Like I said, in the championships race, all bets are off. Sometimes it's the team's desire that changes the results. Well, let's find out here. KEAWE, Kawaihae really battling. KEAWE has been undefeated in this event. Let's see if they can still hold out. Here we come. Oh, it looks like they did manage to hold them off. Wow, great job, kids. That was a pretty exciting race back and forth between them and Kawaihae. All right, well, I think we got some more results coming up here for the girls 12. All right, so we're getting ready for the girls and boys mix. Oh, paddles up. We're ready to rock. All right, they are underway with this mixed race. First mixed race of the day. We got a lot of canoes out there. As they come across, we'll scan through the fleet here. But we don't have any undefeated crews. So this is all up to them. There's no one dominant crew. This could be anybody's race. Let's see if we get some outside movement. They're trying to catch ʻEhitu. They have a good lead, about half a canoe length. Some of the outside canoes are falling back a little bit. Let's take a look at some of these canoes out on the outside as they race their way down. Looks like Puna there. All right. Oh, no, there's Puna on the outside. Looks like KEOA. You have any other canoes out there? We do. Who's this tagging back at the back? Boy, they got some young ones in that canoe. I don't think that's all 12s. I think they just decided to fill this race, which is awesome. Good job. So let's zip down to our turn. Our finish line. See how the crews are coming down. And they're approaching quickly. Looks like we have ʻEhitu here in a tight battle with KEOA. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be ʻEhitu, followed by KEOA. Oh, we got 12 canoes out there today. That's awesome. That's third, fourth, fifth. It's awesome. Great to see such a big fleet of the mixed crews out there. There's definitely some crews that are probably a little under 12, which is, at that age, that's a big disadvantage. But it's awesome to see them out there trying. Great job. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that there's some kids definitely under 12 paddling. But that's great, though. I'd rather have a full fleet than just a whole bunch of hammers battling in one or two lanes. So this is good to see 12 canoes out there. Yeah, here we go. Wrapping up the finish. That's going to be the mixed 12 right there. I think we got some more results though. Let's see. Let's check those out. What do we have? So we definitely have the girls 12's results. Looks like we might have boys 12 as well. So let's check those girl 12 results. Oh, it looks like we have some fast times today. We're going to have to check these against the states. During this race, my mind turns more and more to the next event, which is going to be the states race, so it's always good to compare what. You can see we're going to have a nice competitive group of kids going up there at States race. And let's just take a quick look at that again, because you can see 5 of them have all set state times in the past. So if we only take 3, there's going to still be some fast crews left behind. So they're going to put up a good battle there for us in states. I think they're going to represent their division well and their clubs for girls 10. But we do have the boys 12 results ready. Let's take a look at the boys 12 results. I think we had some other fast crews in that race as well. So we're having a little bit of slow network this morning. I think this rain's got everybody moving a little slow. All right, I don't know if we quite have our boys 12 results quite ready, so we'll just let's check out our next event after the mix is going to be girls 13. So we got girls 13. And we'll bring those results up in just a minute. Okay, here we go. I'm a little behind here on the overlays. We do have the race underway. All right, girls 13 underway here. Here we go. I'm sorry, I don't have my data overlays at the moment. In the process of fixing the drone, it broke something else. All right, they're quickly approaching the finish. Let's take a look here. A nice calm day. Light winds. All right, coming in the finish. Look at this. Lane 2. Looks like ʻEhitu. Let's zoom in a little bit here as we see our finishers. That looks like Puna there inside. All right, boys 13. Nice job, guys. All right, well, hang on while I try to see if we can fix some of these other technical difficulties. Okay, looks like we have the girls race underway. Or is this a mixed race? I'm sorry, I've been so busy trying to fix this problem that looks like the boys race, boys 13 perhaps. Here they come down the field. Sorry, I don't have any of my lane data. I don't have anything at the moment. I'm not quite sure what went wrong. We're still trying to figure it out. I do believe I have drone footage for you, so I'll bring our drone up. You can see we got a good morning out there. So I found the source of our trouble, but I don't know how to fix it because it's a Starlink issue related to security to our server that provides the data. So we'll still try to get these up, but we'll keep showing you some of these races as they progress, but I'm too busy to be able to follow the action at the moment. So you're going to have to sort of just watch and see as all these crews get ready. And we'll try to get someone to run the cameras. Okay, so we got that resolved. Turned out to be a security block on the Starlink that was causing us an issue with recording, but we're back now with Girls 14. Sorry we missed all those events. I just had to stop and drop everything while we figured that out. It's at Opua and Kawaihae. Unofficial though. So this is Girls 14. I missed a bunch of events and announcing those and switching cameras. Sorry, it's the first time this has happened this season. Of course, it's got to happen during Moku's. Alright, one super bump, but we're back. And let's do a recap here as soon as all our canoes are in. Because we missed a bunch of results while I was busy monkeying around with the security settings on our server. Unblock Starlink. But anyway, in that event, we had ʻEhitu, and they managed to hang on to their undefeated status even with their new paddler that was in there with them. So good job to ʻEhitu. And let's just take a look at the standings for that event. So, you know, the Girls 14 event, ʻEhitu remains on top, followed by Opua, Kawaihae. You can see those two were really kind of trying to give each other a race. You know, Kawaihae was trying to catch those guys. Unofficial, of course, but that's where we are. So, you know, we have a lot of results to go back through. I'm not sure where I left off with you guys, but I believe, I think we're way back at Boys 13, Event 11. So what I'll do is I'll just pull up those results, not knowing where we left off as we roll back through these. But let's get all these results out of the way for everybody so we can get caught up with the current event. You know, I missed some of my favorite races, novices, but this is Boys 13. Good job, Kawaihae, Hui Waʻa, ʻEhitu, Keaukaha. Looks like that was a good race. They had a fast time. That was a quick check on the state overlay results because that was a fast time, sub 2 minutes. They did not break a record, but you can see we do have three crews that hold records so far this season there. So let's move from Boys 13. Let's go to Women's Novice B. We do have Women's Novice B results. Let's pull those up while we get ready for this next event. So Women's Novice B results. These are all races that I unfortunately missed myself. So these results are kind of new to me. We did have some fast canoes in that race. 152 there for Opua. Good job. Let's take a look at their times versus states while we wait for our crews to get lined up out there. Oh, look at this, Opua. Opua set a new time. They got the number 2 spot. Puna still holds the number 1 time from previous regatta there, as well as ʻEhitu holding a number 4 and KEAWE. So we got some fast women novice Bs who are going to be going to states. You know, good luck to them. That's pretty exciting. Let's check out Novice B, man, as we still get caught up with these results. And we will be back in action again. So here we go. Men's Novice B results. Oh, it looks like we had some pretty fast canoes out there. 139, 45, 47, 48. That was a tight race there. ʻEhitu pulling out on top. But let's just take a look at their results versus states, because I have a feeling with those fast numbers, we're going to see a number of these crews also. Yeah, look at this. I mean, ʻEhitu does hold the number 1 time still, but they did beat the number 3 time. Those don't get replaced if they already have a number 1 spot. But you can see that was a quick race for them. They're definitely going to be a challenger there at state, so good luck to them. Let's keep going. Let's see, we're still waiting on girls 14 results. So now let's jump to the boys 14 race. That's the next event up here. Let's run through the crew spotlight while we wait for them to get rolling. These are the crews getting ready for Boys 14. The Boys 14 event, you want to keep track of ʻEhitu. They've got an undefeated team here in lane 2. And we'll just get these crews listed. They're still paddling out. We've only got one crew out on the line for Boys 14. But I think we're gonna have 7 or 8 out there today. Oh, we even got a 9. I don't know. Could be a scratch for Opua. Or they could still be loading events. Maybe they're having similar server problems as us. I don't know. Well, let's take a look at that undefeated ʻEhitu team in the Boys 14. Here they are. They got three boys that have been in there for all 7 races. And then they brought back their 2 5-race veterans and a 3rd race veteran. So I expect to see that crew perform well today. Let's look at the standings just to see how everybody lines up. You know, Kawaihae is giving them a run for their money, that's for sure. Kamehameha and Keaukaha are in the mix as well. So we could see some shuffling of the overall rankings with those tied up points. We'll just see what happens as we keep an eye out there. Let's go ahead and put up the crew ticker, and let's just take a look at some of the paddlers we have coming out onto the course today as we wait for all of them to get lined up. All right, well, I expect this is a good race, especially the battles for 2nd and 3rd between the paddlers in this group. They're pretty evenly weighted so far this season. ʻEhitu does have a bit of advantage, but sometimes during the championships we can get some surprise upsets. We've already seen one today earlier where the undefeated crew ended up getting the 2nd. Of course, that's unofficial, but sometimes you see these upsets during the championship races, and it's not too surprising because there's a lot of adrenaline going. There's a lot of desire to win first, a lot of desire to turn things over and get to states and compete. So let's just take a look. I think we're getting close. We have 2 more canoes coming out, and we definitely have our drone up, as you probably saw earlier. I just kept flashing to the drone cam. So I think our drone is going. Let me just pop them up. You can see our drone is going to help follow some of these crews across the course. Let's take a look as they get ready. Everybody's in concentration, catching their breath, staying focused. As these other 2 crews are still coming out, you can see them on the right, still lining up. And this looks to be a good race. The top 4 crews so far are fairly well matched. And if I remember right from this event, a lot of these crews are pretty close to each other in terms of time and speed across this quarter mile. And so I think you can expect to see some action out of all of them. We do want to see if our undefeated ʻEhitu crew in lane 2 managed to hold on. Here we go, paddles up and the race is on. Here we go, let's check out these boys. They are most likely going to be one of the crews representing us at States. If not these exact paddlers right here, at least most of them. And they're quickly moving across off the start line. You can see how tightly grouped they are. You know, these paddlers are all good paddlers. And ʻEhitu is managing to pull away a little bit of a gap. They've already opened up almost an overlap. We've got the inside lane here, Kamehameha, chasing them hard. You can see they are trying to catch them, holding that number 2 spot at the moment. You get ready. Let's switch over to the other side so we can take a better look at them coming in towards the finish. There we go. Here are our boys coming in. Boys 14 crew. They're all looking solid. This angle's a little hard. We're still a little far from the finish. I picked the wrong set of cameras. You really want to see that drone footage too. So drone's looking in from the outside, roughly at about lane 5 or so. As they're approaching, you can see the inside here. ʻEhitu. They are definitely a canoe length or so ahead. There they go. Good job, boys. Maintain their undefeated status. Lane 3 and lane 2. Nice finishes. So it's Kamehameha and ʻEhitu. Kawaihae. So Kawaihae followed by ʻEhitu there. It's unofficial. We still got a few boys finishing. That was good work. And that looks like Hoemana. No, I'm sorry, that's Keauhou. Keauhou finishing out there. Good job. That's going to wrap up that race. As we prep for the start of our next event. Let's see if we got some more scores. I think we do. Yeah, we do have girls 14. Those results are ready. Let's take a look at that race while we wait for them to figure out all the ranks for the boys 14. So here we go, girls 14. Results are all ready. We had 10 canoes out there. Nice crowded fleet. All right, ʻEhitu, pretty quick time there. 2:02. Let's see how that compares to States, because they're going to definitely be the crew going to States for the girls 14. And they do hold the #1 record at the moment. They didn't beat it today. In fact, no one beat the state records today, but you can see that we have 5 crews already highlighted for the girls 14 who are achieved some fast times in the state, and we expect to see some good times when they come down to race in 2 weeks in the state's competition. So let's take a look just where we are. Let's get caught up again. I'm still getting my bearings as well. So I think we've got mixed Novice B coming up. Let's just take a quick look at our event progress. Yeah, next Novice B coming up. We're still waiting on boys 14 results. Let's take a quick look at the division points and see how all our crews are stacking up for states, because we've got a lot of racing going on today. A lot more entries than normal, which is great. I mean, we've got a lot of people coming out. You can see ʻEhitu's doing well. Waiākea and Puna battling there. Keaukaha as well. Double A division, that's still really quite tight. 52, 46, 43 for those clubs. Same for Division A. I think Hoemana has more races coming up later in the day. So there's where we are for the division points. Good job. So now that we're back, let's get ready for our mixed race. What do we know about our mixed race? Let's take a look at the overall standings for the past 7 regattas. You can see that the top 3 teams here are really quite close. They're separated by 1 and 2 points, followed by Kawaihae and Keaukaha and Puna. They're doing well. Puna's got quite a few pukas, so they're doing pretty well considering they've missed 2 regattas with that crew. But we're definitely going to be battling for who's going to states here. I mean, you could see some overturns between all of these, with the winner getting the extra point. That's almost enough to make a difference here. Let's look at our crew spotlights while they're still lining up. Okay, so we got 8 canoes out there in this race. This is Mixed Novice B. Mixed Novice B is always fun. In this kind of event, they usually put their top 3s together, try to stack this race for the championships. And so you're going to see there's no one holding back. This can be an exciting race. Let's just take a quick look through some of the paddlers that are out there. All right, so we've still got, looks like we got one more canoe sneaking out. All right, so let's take a look at a couple more paddlers. All right, we're getting close again. We just have one more outside canoe lining up, and we'll be ready for Mixed Novice B. As you saw, those point spreads are really small for the first top 4 crews. And they're going to be gunning for first today. This is a race that can really make the difference in your rankings when you're headed to states. let's just take a look at all the crews out there getting ready on the lineup. Nervously watching the start boat. Checking out the other crews. Remember, these are just first-year racers. But we're at the end of the season, so they're becoming more and more experienced. They kind of know what to expect. Here we go. Last crew lining up there. We should be underway soon. I believe. Oh, no. Maybe we have Kamehameha still coming on the outside. No, paddles up. Oh, there they are. They're already out there. All right, so here we go. Paddles up. All right. I can hear them from here. They're shouting so loud. That's one of the things I remember from novice years is get pretty excited in the canoe. I can hear them from the shore. They want this. They want this win today, folks. I can tell you from here. I feel it. I'm going to bring in the drone for you as they come midfield here. Get an idea. So you've got lane 1 and lane 2 are really battling. So that's Kaipua, ʻEhitu. We're going to switch to drones. And I think we're going to get a better shot here of what the fleet's looking like. There you go. There's a nice aerial view as they're coming down the course. With ʻEhitu in a slight lead over everyone. But, you know, I can still hear some of those crews shouting. So they still got energy. We'll see if this Kupuna team on the inside here is going to be able to pull it off. Catch ʻEhitu. As well KEOWA. KEOWA is really in the mix there. Got this. Got a drone right below us. Hopefully he doesn't gain altitude and hit us. Okay, here we go. Right on the finish. Let's pop in the finish cam. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. So lane 2, lane 3, and lane 1. So ʻEhitu, KEOWA, Kupuna, top 3. That was a really close race, and I think any of those teams, they go to states, they're going to be battling with the best of them. So they should be proud of themselves what they've achieved this season, you know. And even these paddlers who you see at the back, they're going to come back next year even more determined. They got a little experience under their belts. Hopefully they spend some time training together a little bit during the off season. Maybe they'll do some one-man. Come back solid in the Novice A's, where they get to mix with a few more experienced paddlers. That's great. So that's the end of our Novice B races. We got the women, the men in the mix. Now let's just see what we have for results. So we left you with girls 14. We do have boys 14 results now. Let's check those out. So our boys 14 results. I think that was a pretty fast race. You know, we want to check those against the state times. Kamehameha, Waiākea, and ʻEhitu. 1:46. That is a fast time. Congratulations to them. Going to go ahead and see how that compares to the state's times, because 1:46 is pretty quick. Let's see what we got. They did not beat it today, but they were close. You know, they were a few seconds off, but they currently hold the #1 record at 1:38, which is a fast half or quarter mile time. And Kawaihae, they're holding the #5 time in the state. So we're going to be sending some competitive teams out of that crew, the Novice B's. Good job. So, now we're done with mixed novice B. It's girls 15, and, we're off to the half miles. So half miles means they're going to be starting on the right side of your screen, headed down to the turn, which is on the left side currently. And then they'll turn, come back, complete that half mile race. So out of the girls 15, we don't have any undefeateds, but I know we have some good crews in here because I've been watching them this whole season. These top two teams have been battling Kawaihae, ʻEhitu, back and forth. And you can see it there for the 5-point break. It's unlikely we'll see an upset for who's advancing to states here, with Hui Waʻa in third, Puna and KEAWE. So it looks like it's going to be a 2-canoe battle, but Hui Waʻa, they've put up some good results, in previous regattas, getting first and seconds. No, I guess no first, but lots of seconds and thirds. So we could see them upset Kawaihae a little bit, but that point gap's so big that I think we're going to see our top two teams in states as ʻEhitu and Kawaihae. But we'll want to see how they did. Let's just take a quick look at the crews as they get lined up. Looks like they have not populated those events yet. Let's give them another chance to fill in those results. They're still not available. Let's just check the sidebars. We can get the list of crews and what lanes they're in. There we go. We got 10 canoes. And let's just see. Let's see if we can pull up. Well, we still don't have crew names for this event. So we'll just hold the lane bar up there for a minute. While they get ready. Kind of unusual they don't have our crews in here, but sometimes during the Moku's race there can be a little confusion too. I'm going to go ahead and put it up even though we're getting blanks for our crew members, so you can see just the lanes and who's there. I'll wait to see the lineup. Looks like we got 10 crews lining up out there. Sometimes the crew names are not quite loaded in when there's a scratch or a failure to scratch. That can cause some problems with the HCRA system. Let's see what we've got. I'm gonna go ahead and include our drone camera in this shot since we're going to go both directions. So our drone moves into position as we get some of the last crews out. I'm going to recheck to see if we can pull in those names. This girl's 15. Okay, so there's our lane lineups. I'm not quite sure why we're not getting HCRA's crews. Oh, we got one more crew coming out. Sometimes a bit of a mystery how these things work, isn't it? All right, here we go. Our crews are falling into place. 2 more canoes turning in. getting on the line.
Come along with me down to Hilo Bay. We'll dance in the sand and let the worries fade away. Palm trees swaying gently.
All right, here we go. They are moving off that line. Girls 15 underway here. Let's take a look from the outside. That's Keaukaha, I believe, lane 9. Kamehameha just on the inside there. Opua. Hui Waʻa, KEAWE. I think that's Opua right there, right in the center of your screen. It looks like they are leading the way down. They're doing a great job. Outside Canoe, a little bit of an upset. Let's see if they can hold that position. They're doing a good job. They're about a quarter way through this race, and they are definitely holding a lead, maybe about a half canoe length over ʻEhitu. But it is really hard to tell. You know, let's see if we can bring in the drone and the corner camera and get an idea of what's happening down there as they come into the corner. Opua is still slightly ahead. You can see them on the left screen. They're the ones on the far outside there. And we will pan out just a little bit so we can see who comes into that corner first. You know, because we have a pretty wide fleet, and some of these outside canoes are doing well. Coming into the turn, there's Opua. Crowd is erupting. I'm pretty excited about this shake-up right now. I can see ʻEhitu is really pouring it on. They've managed to gain quite a bit of distance out of that corner. I think they have managed to gain the advantage over the outside Opua. Yeah, they are sneaking ahead. They're in a tight battle here with ʻEhitu and Kawaihae, I think, slightly ahead now. That's Kawaihae right there. ʻEhitu on the outside, and then on the inside, I believe that's Puna. So Kawaihae starting to pull away a little bit. We're going to need to switch to the finish cam as they start to move in on the finish. Got our outside canoes here. There's Opua. They're doing well on the outside, but I think our inside guys have really poured the gas on. They're coming in hot. And as they approach this finish line, we'll get a better idea of this. Boys 15. I think Kawaihae here. Wow. Kawaihae. ʻEhitu. Good racing. They really managed to pour on the power, and and cause a lot of separation between them and the fleet on that return run. That was really impressive because they were not quite first into the turn, but they were out and gone by the time the rest of the canoes started to rotate around and accelerate again. All right, so good job to them. All right, good job. That was girls 15 race, just completing now. Nice. That was a good race. Girls 15, I think we have some more results too. Let's check those out. So, this is the girls 15 race. We finished boys 14 results. We do have the Novice B mixed results ready. Let's take a look at the Novice B mixed results. Well, you can see for yourself how close that race was. Good job to all those crews. All right, so we expect our Novice Bs to do well there. That mixed Novice B bunch, all hold some of the top 3 times for the states, as you saw there. And now we're coming up to boys 15, event 18. Let's take a quick look at the crews that are out there today, because we do have an undefeated crew from ʻEhitu. They've had 7 wins this season. That's really impressive. And here's our crew competing. See if they can make it wins here at Moku's. Okay, well here's our undefeated crew from the boys 15. Looks like we got a new paddler jumping in with them today. So boys 15, let's just take a look at the overall standings. I mean, maybe they've got enough margin. do have a pretty good margin. They can probably afford to throw in a new paddler at this point with a 10-point lead. I'd have to have a pretty big mistake, but there's 9 canoes in here, so I think 11 points are up for grabs. Or is it 10 points? It might be 10 points that are up for grabs. You get that extra point. But there they are. They're lining up. They're getting ready. You can see that this is a really tight race for third and second between all these guys down there. It looks like the inside crews. They're still lining up. Alright, so boys 15, we've got I think 9 crews out there today. 8 crews. 8 crews out there today. Alright, let's check out some of the backgrounds while we're waiting. See if lane 2 can remain undefeated even with a new paddler jumping in with them. So the top 2 spots when it comes to the rankings, they're pretty much guaranteed a spot in the States. Sometimes not all those crews can go, so the number 3 crew can go, as well as sometimes not all the lanes are full, and so there's an opportunity for a club to pay a little extra and maybe put a crew that didn't quite qualify in the chance in one of those empty slots. It's sort of the wild card at States. See if they can pull off some kind of win, or maybe just bump the club's points up by having a few more canoes racing and placing. In the States, we have associations from all over the islands that come to race together. Everybody brings their best paddlers and tries to score the most points, both for their club and for their crews to podium. Now, it looks like they're going to be underway here any second. All right, we're underway. All right, there's our undefeated crew right there, lane 2. We can expect both lanes 1 and 3, as well as 4. They have a good record of chasing these guys. Let's jump to the drone here. See if we can get the aerial view. Here we are, underway. There's Hui Waʻa. Look how tight all these crews are together. They're all within a canoe length of each other right now. It's Keaukaha boys. Here they are coming midfield. You can get an idea of the lead that we're seeing there. Yeah, our undefeated crew, you can see the gap that they've placed on the rest of the fleet chasing them down. And it's definitely going to be a battle for second and third here between all these others. But these boys want it. You can tell they are moving. Let's follow them into this corner. Nice work. They are already out as we're getting a few of them turning. You can see both in the drone shot and then from the shore side. And the outside crew that is doing a good job trying to catch them. Good job, boys. They're looking good out there. You're giving them a chase. But look at that gap. These boys are going to be the competition to beat at States. Paddling like that. Look at them working together, all in unison. All right, we got to jump to our finish camera here. These guys are they're moving so fast. Can we even catch them? They're coming in. It does look like they've got quite a gap on the rest of them. Expect to see them soon here, coming into view. There they are. Our outside canoe. They're still battling. We get to the finish here. See if I can identify who that is on the outside. I don't see any black flags, so I think those guys have sealed first. Good job. There you go. Looks like this is lane 3 here, followed by lane 4, and perhaps lane 6 out there. With Puna coming in here on the inside. So Kawaihae. Go. Come and look through the drone view. That was the boys 15 race. Nice job. Waʻa there on the outside. Kamehameha. All right, nice racing. Job. So let's take a look at the events results for girls 15. As our ʻEhitu undefeated team from the boys 15 pull off another win. We have girls results here. So here's girls 15, event 17. All right, so let's check that versus states, just to get an idea. All right, congratulations to Kawaihae. They managed to bump their record up, set the top 3 time, 4:15.47. They're going to be ones to beat there in states. ʻEhitu also holding the record still. They're still holding the number 4 record. They almost beat it. They're about half a second or so off of that, one of their fastest times. So good job to them. Those are some fast times from the girls 15. So we just finished the boys 15 race. We'll wait for those results. Let's check out what's coming up next. Looks like girls 16, that's event 19. And then while we do that, let's take a quick look at how the division points are shaking out after we've had a number of races. You can see Kawaihae and Puna are a close battle there, as well as KEAWE and, changed on me. Still a lot of racing to do today. Yeah, KEAWE and Kaipua, as well as Hui Waʻa. It's a tight race there. We still have a number of events coming up. You can tell by the remaining column how many they still have to race. Let's take a look at some of the race trivia now that we've done the quarter mile. All the quarter miles are done. So today we have 351 crews, 1,266 paddlers, which is great. And so our fastest quarter mile was our Novice B men. Yeah, I think we saw that. 139. It set the lane on fire. Our fastest half mile so far has been the men 65. We haven't done many or half miles yet. We'll have to see how that turns out. But our youngest paddler, 7, which is pretty amazing to be out there racing a girls 10 at age 7. As you know, just a year difference in school can make a big difference in athletic performance. So to be 7 and racing with the girls 10, that's awesome. Just like we have an age 11 paddler that went in with the Novice Bs. So Keauhou Canoe Club needed to fill out a canoe with their Novice Bs, and they got someone who was 11 to help fill in, which was an awesome experience for them. And I've done that personally myself. I've had one of the Keiki paddlers in my Novice B crew, and I just have a good time with them because they're just paddling their hearts out, and it's just a lot of fun. And then our most experienced paddler here is Guy Davis. He's 81, and I think you may have noticed him come up before in the stats. This guy is a hammer because he's paddling in the 60s. It's like Kavika Singson said in his video, it's just a number. These guys don't let that stop them. Very impressive. So let's see who we've got up now. So this is our girls 16 and under. Here are our crews, and we do have an undefeated group, Opua in lane 2. They've been undefeated after 7 regattas. Very impressive. So let's run through everybody who's paddling in this event, and then we'll take a closer look at the standings. All right, our 16 girls are lining up. Sorry, 15 girls are lining up. No, I had it right. It's 16. Yeah, it's been one of those days, folks. And we need to look at our rankings because this undefeated crew, they have a big gap on second place. But it does look like it's a battle for second, which can make a difference when you're trying to qualify for states. 58 to 53, Kawaihae and Hui Waʻa. We've had a number of clubs racing in this event, so it's great to see. I think we can expect Kaipua to do a good job here. I'm going to take a quick look again at their undefeated sheet. Yeah, it looks like they've got most of the same paddlers for this race. We can expect to see them do well. But the bets are off at Moku's because that's when the gloves come off. And you know these girls are not going to hold back because they want to go to states. There we go, and there's paddles up. Girl 16 underway. All right, look at them go. Got a little bit of rain. I'm pretty sure we have a drone up, but if you get a black screen, you'll know why. Let's find out. So yeah, here comes our drone, moving into position. Let's take a look at these crews as they start to approach midfield here. Get an idea of what they're doing here. So I have the wrong label up for that event. But you can see here they are approaching midpoint. Now our outside canoes, they're doing well. They're giving them a run for their money. With this slight drizzle coming down. Just change that label. Sorry about that. Hope that didn't confuse anybody, but you are on the right stream if you're looking for the Moku champs. They're in the making right now. You see a little bit of an upset maybe occurring. Let's find out as we come into the corner. Does look like Kailana is definitely solid turn ahead. Kawaihae is right on their tails. We got an outside canoe. Is that Puna out there? Let's take a look at that. That is not. I believe that's KEAWE. I'm having difficulty seeing my screen, a little bit of sun on it and rain. But you can tell we're going to see a little bit of upset here for second or third. Our Kailana girls are just moving. Let's go down and take a look at the other end as they come moving in. As they're coming into the finish, they're slowly approaching. A little bit of rain moving in. Let's take a look at this crew on the outside, see if I can figure out KEAWE. Let's see, we're approaching the finish here. You see Kailana, solid job for them. Kawaihae, I think that's KEAWE out there. I can hear a lot of screaming, so I know that they're battling to the end here. Hui Waʻa right here on the inside. That's Kamehameha, Keaukaha, There's KEAWE on the outside. All right. That was a good race. Opua keeping themselves undefeated in that event. It's a good job. So let's see who we have results for. It looks like we do have boys 15 results. Here are the boys 15 results. Let's take a quick peek after we finished the previous event. Girls 16. And the next event, of course, is going to be the boys 16. 349, that's quite a gap they put on second place. Kawaihae is going to train up and get ready for states. Try to hunt them down. Keaukaha was not far behind them. Let's compare those to the states times just to get an idea, because that's going to be the next set of competition they're going to have to deal with. So they are holding a record. They have the number 3 record, which they did not break today, but they did have a fast run. The boys 15. So now let's move into the boys 16. That's event 20. So we do have a undefeated crew in this event. And that's KEAWE. So let's take a quick look at them. KEAWE, undefeated. Looks like the reason some of their crew familiar with winning in this event, even though they've had 10 crews switch out. They've pulled off 7 wins. They're going to try to make it number 8 today as we take a look at the standings for this. You can see that the gap is not big. You know, it's a 9-point gap. And 47, 42, 37, all the way down to 5th at 26. So, you know, there could be an upset in this event. But they do have a pretty solid lead. Looks like they've managed to pull off those undefeated with a variety of paddlers. So it seems like they have a pretty deep pool to pull from. Let's see the spotlights from everybody that's going to be out there in this event. You definitely know this is a family sport because you can recognize different names throughout all the age groups. And sometimes families are lucky enough to even get to do races all together in the same canoe. Definitely a family sport. Let's keep looking at some of the backgrounds while we wait for them to line up. Boys 16. All right, we're getting closer. I think most of the canoes are just about there. We're just about all there, I think. Let's. I think we're just missing one canoe. Let's see if we can spot them. There they are. So yeah, that's starting to clear up a little bit, which is nice. Starting to get a slight breeze, sort of coming off Mauna Kea. And if you look up at Mauna Kea, we're getting a lot of rain up there. This looks like Puna. Puna 16 boys heading out to the line. Kind of looks like they're reserving their energy to me. Trying to save it for the race. So we're going to have a little bit of a wait while they get out there. Let's see if we got anybody else. Coming out, we got a crew warming up. It's not, but you can see all the rain up there on Mauna Kea. Mauna Kea is pretty much lost up in the clouds. Alright, well, they're getting lined up. Puna's on their way out. Looks to me like we're missing lane 2. Should be KEAWE. And I'm pretty sure they're not going to miss this race. Let's take a peek, see if we can spot them. I do not see them. No, maybe they had to do an ID check, and no, they don't seem to be out there. Here we go. Race has started. Boys 16. Nice. It's a good start. Solid. Let's check them out for the aerial view. Got a nice view from the drone. You can see some of that blue sky moving in the background. Here we go. Looks like we've already started to open a gap there. That missing lane must have just been an optical illusion from my vantage point, because they're definitely there now and pushing. They've got almost a canoe length ahead. KEAWE is really moving with Kawaihae nipping at their heels. And then it's an all-out battle between 3 canoes here for who's going to be third. And everybody wants to be first, so they're going to be pushing all the way to the corners. Here they are approaching the corner. ʻEhitu in the lead. Keaukaha here, lane 3. As well as Hui Waʻa on the outside, far outside. Looks like Puna coming out of the corner fairly quickly there. Let's see if we can pull up the second camera to get an idea of where they are when they're coming across, because I believe they have a big gap there. I'm going to see if we can pull them up, but they've definitely pulled away from the rest of the field. Look at this gap. This gap is massive. So I'm going to switch. They're definitely on a record pace today. There's our finish line. They're coming. They have quite a gap on the rest of the crews. And we're coming up on the flags here. Wow, nice race. That was a big gap. We're going to have to check the records against the state's times on this one. I still don't have anybody in the finish camera frame yet. That was an impressive row by those guys. Nice. They really paddled probably 3 canoe lengths ahead of everyone. Maybe 4. That was a large gap. Keaukaha's finishing there. And on the inside is Waʻa. They had a good race. There's quite a spread in this event. Our last couple finishers here. Good job, guys. Nice work. Well, there we go. There's our 16 boys. Let's go back and take a look for results on the 16 girls race. We do have results for them. We're getting quite a bit of rain coming in. We'll just check, make sure all our equipment is good. All right, girl 16 results. Let's see what we got here. All right, so this is going to be Girls 18, Event 21 coming up here. Let's take a look at the crews. We do have an undefeated group here, Opua. They're in lane 2 here with Opua. They've pulled off 7 wins so far, these regattas. The Girls 18 race is a competitive one. And we'll take a look at the standings to see how all our crews have stacked up over the season. Okay, so we do have this undefeated crew from Opua. They're in lane 2 today. And it looks like they're using a lot of their regulars. I think we can expect a good result from them. Let's look at their standings. If I remember right, there's a good sized gap. Yeah, 11-point gap. Hopefully you can hear me over the jet traffic. ʻEhitu and Puna have been trading points 1 for 1. Look at that. Kawaihae, Keaukaha also been battling out a little bit. You can see by the points, you know, they have a couple pukas, so points don't really quite reflect everything, but you can see that this battle for second place is undecided along with third place. So this will be an interesting race between those clubs. They're still getting lined up. While they're getting lined up, let's just highlight a few of the paddlers today who are in this event. Now they're getting in there, just a couple more. We'll get this event underway. So we're doing pretty good. It's 12:15 and we're getting close to halfway. You know, today's going to be a little bit longer just because we have a couple events that we don't normally run, and we only do them at the Moku's Championships, and those are the mile-and-a-half races. Mile-and-a-half races can run 10 to 12 to 15 minutes. This depends on how many crews we get. Alright, so I think we got one more crew coming out. Let's take a quick peek. No, it looks like it's just the one more. Girls 18 getting all lined up. Just our outside canoe there. Keauhou getting turned around. All right, and they are underway. Girls 18. Looks like a nice clean start. Let's switch to the drone and you can see them coming down the course here. They're all overlapped for the most part. These are all competitive canoes. And this is the championships for Big Island, so they're pouring it on. Even the favored crew here, Kaupua in lane 2, they're going to have to fight for it because they are surrounded by some fast paddlers. And you can see that even from this angle. Both Puna and ʻEhitu are just neck and neck with them. They're getting close to the turn. They are all so close together. The top 3 canoes are all overlapped, and then right behind them, 2 overlapped canoes. Keaukaha and Kawaihae, I believe. Yeah. Here we go, into the corner. This is how tight it is. Look at this. Puna pushing to try to catch up with ʻEhitu, and everybody's trying to catch Opua. And on the outside, you can see Keaukaha, followed by Kawaihae. And on the very outside, Keauhou turning. And Kailana coming around the corner. Okay, let's catch up with our leaders here, see what they're doing. And Puna is giving them a run for their money here, right on the inside of your screen there. That's Puna. They're doing a great job trying to fight these undefeated crew of Opua, and they're not going to give up an inch. ʻEhitu, they are also battling. Everybody wants a taste of that gold today. Look at them go. This is going to be a great race. We're going to see quite a finish here. They're about 200 yards from the finish here. We go ahead and cut to the multi-view. As they speed their way towards the finish. They're quickly approaching. Here they come. Who's it going to be? Oh, they really made Opua work for that first today, didn't they? ʻEhitu put in a huge challenge, a lot of pressure on the undefeated crew with Puna in third. That was an amazing race. All right, good job, girls. Kawaihae, KEAWE. Who we got? Here, one on the outside coming in. Keauhou. Well, that's some good racing there. All right, that's great. So I think we do have some more results to show. Let's see who is up here. So we do have results for the boys 16 race. This is the one I'm kind of curious to see how this one turned out versus the States time. So let's just look at the results from that race. Boys 16, event 20. And they had some fast times. Keaukaha, Kawaihae, ʻEhitu. 3:37. Good job, ʻEhitu. I gotta assume that's gonna crack some kind of record. But let's take a quick look, see what we got here. Let's look at these state numbers. How do they compare to the rest of the state? And they did got a number 4 time there. They're 137. And they are the only ones in the 16s holding a state time this season. So I think we can expect good things for them at States in a couple weeks in Keauhou. Congratulations to them. So we just finished the girls 18 and we'll wait for those results while we prep for the boys 18 race. In the boys 18 we do have an undefeated crew, and we'll get to that in a minute. You know, while we're still doing all these youth paddlers, it reminds me of the Kupuna that's really inspired a lot of us, including our youth paddlers. And I just this short kind of just resonates with me, so I'm just gonna play it one more time while we're waiting.
The elder statesmen and women of the paddling world, our Kupuna, our Tutukane, our Tutu Wahine, the 65 and 70-year-old divisions is just a number to them. It's not stopping them from doing something that they love. Being out on the water with their family and friends and still have that competitive juices flowing. That in itself is an inspiration for us all. To all our Kupuna paddlers out there, whether on the shoreline or in the canoe, you guys are an inspiration. You guys are awesome, and we love you guys.
All right, those are our Kupuna hammers out there. They've accomplished some amazing results. You know, some of them are going to the World Sprints in Singapore, and their fitness and their level of activity is really impressive. I'm always happy to paddle with those guys, and I love seeing them out on the race course. So congratulations all you guys. You're an inspiration to everyone. Keep paddling. So let's take a look at who's coming up next. So this next event is going to be the Mixed 18. The Mixed 18 is another event that happens to be one of those races. Or wait, are we at boys? I think we're at the boys. I think I might have jumped the gun here. I did jump the gun. Sorry. It's still boys 18. Also a very, very competitive event. Especially at Moku's. This is where everybody wants to hit the top spot. You can see everybody's little rituals as they get ready, try to shake off the stress as we get ready for this event. Let's go ahead and take a look at our crews that are out there today. Alright, so these are boys 18. And we do have our undefeated crew, ʻEhitu. We're going to take a quick look at that and the standings again while we wait for everybody to get lined up. I'm not quite sure why we're still having some problems with some of these crews. They just have a top secret crew they don't want to disclose. You know how it is. Sometimes you got to keep your competitive secrets. So here's our undefeated team. They have had 14 people paddle with them, and they've managed to keep it #1 for 7 regattas. I'm just kind of looking over all these numbers because that is a wild ride. They have so many paddlers, and to be able to pull off an undefeated team with 14 different people, I don't even know what to say. That's just wild. So they're still lining up. I think we got one more canoe coming out. Let's look at the rankings. 37, 27, 26, 15. So you can see, oh, they're underway. I guess we don't have anybody else, but you can see that second place team is tight, and they're going to be battling for that one. All right, so this is our boys underway. Our drone's heading out. Catch up with them. That's not an illusion. That's how fast they're really moving. They're flying down the course. They're already midway. And it's a tight race. So our undefeated crew, though, is definitely giving everyone a run for their money. ʻEhitu there in lane 2. Kamehameha has given them a chase, and so's Kawaihae and Keaukaha. But they have already opened up a gap, which is going to make them tough to catch. They're definitely coming into that turn first. A pretty good view here from our drone. This ʻEhitu comes in just hammering into this corner. Oh, look at him spin that canoe. Almost a dead stop and a spin. They're going to be hard to catch. Keaukaha here is coming in hot. Plenty of clearance, but it's going to be a tight turn for Keaukaha because of that. Kamehameha's chasing down our lead team there. ʻEhitu. So let's see who ends up in second and third, because I don't know if ʻEhitu could be caught. ʻEhitu's on fire out there. Yeah, look at that gap. Those boys are moving. I think they might set another record again today. They are just flying. You got to admire that technique for 18 boys. They are going to put up a fight in the open division next year. Yeah, they've got a great technique and great synchronization. They're really working well together, and you can tell by the gap that they're leaving behind. Wow, they're already there at the finish, which I wasn't even prepared for. And there's our second place. That's how unprepared they were, just going so fast, and I was just mesmerized by their skill. Good job. All right, I think that's Kamehameha there for second place, and then Kawaihae out there for third, all unofficial. All just going by my eye on this camera. And I'm not quite in the same position as the officials either. So as you can tell by just watching these cameras that, you know, the angles can make a big difference in your perception. There we go, Keaukaha. And then the outside, no, that's not Kailana. KEAWE maybe. We have our final finisher out there. Kailana, I think. Yeah. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, I think that's Kailana. Good job. All right, so now I think we have the mix. The mix is another one of those races where they try to throw in the top 3 of each groups. Sometimes they got to go back to back. Sometimes you just don't have enough crew, and that can be hard. But these kids are young; they can do it, and I've seen them do it. So let's take a look at what's coming up and what we have for results. Yeah, so event 23 is the mix 18. Before we get to that, let's just take a look at some results from the girls 18. We have those finished. So here are the girl 18 results, hot off the press. Puna, ʻEhitu, and Opua. That's a good job. I also want to just check them against the states because that's on everybody's mind. Kind of want to know where you stand going into the states meet. And it looks like Opua did break a number 5 top time, but they already hold the number 4 time from previously. Looks like ʻEhitu also was only a 0.01 seconds off of their previous record. So that's some super consistent paddling from those paddlers. So it's a good job to girls 18. They're going to have fun at states. So let's switch it up. Let's take a look at the mix 18 race. So far things have not been close enough to really need our instant replay. So we'll save that for a special event if we need it. So this is our mix 18. Here are our crews. We do have undefeated ʻEhitu team, you know, which makes sense because they have some pretty strong 18 teams. You put the top paddlers in that canoe, and they're going to be hard to beat. Alright, so I don't know if we have a scratch there or not with Keauhou. Looks like we have 11, maybe 12. We have 11 crews scheduled to be out there. Let's take a look at our undefeated guys. Impressive number of people have paddled in this crew too, 15. Not quite as unusual when you have a mix event because you have a much deeper groups you can pull from. But you can see there's a number of regulars. 2 people have done 6 of these 7 races. And we do have a new paddler. So they're going to put in a new paddler here for the mix 18, Vito. And let's just take a quick look at the standings while they line up. I think they're getting close. So yeah, it is kind of tight at the top. ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, KEOUA, Kamehameha, Keaukaha. The top 3 teams are the only ones that don't have any pukas. Sometimes that's all the difference. So, you know, here at the States, it might be a chance for some of these teams that maybe got off to a bit of a rocky start to just charge it. See what they can do. So let's just take a look at some of the paddler backgrounds while we're waiting. I think we're getting close. I think we are getting close. We got one more crew headed out. Alright, so I think for the start we're going to switch to the drone because we do have a pretty good drone view right now. And let's clear the screen because I think we're getting ready to go. So we're still waiting on ʻEhitu to roll out. So they are our undefeated crew. Maybe they decided to take a vacation on this race. Maybe they got too much gold in their pockets. But something tells me they're going to be there. We can do a quick scan here. See where they are. We do a little drone overflight of all our mixed 18 crews, and it looks like it's paddles up. And here we go. Mix 18 underway. See, the wind is shifting just a little bit on shore. Not much developing quite yet. There are mixed crews. You can see how far out this lane is. But they are giving it a run for the money. You're right there with the rest of the fleet. Looking good. All these crews are really well matched. There's hardly any gaps really in the fleet. They're almost all overlapped. As we come into this corner, you'll get an idea of how close they all are. They're starting to approach the corner. You watch for them to start to angle in. Our undefeated crew in there in lane 2, just being chased down. In fact, lane 3 beat them around the corner, but they are accelerating out. So it looks like ʻEhitu did manage to squeak out of that still in first, but they're being chased down pretty hard by 3 other canoes. Lanes 3, 4, and 7, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, and even on the outside here we have our Keaukaha canoe. They are also putting on a show of power. Actually starting to gain a little bit on some of these canoes on the inside, but let's see how it goes for them. It can be a hard challenge to win from the outside. Tend to get a little bit more weather out there, a little bit more chop. You can see the water bouncing off their some. Canoe has a little bit more motion, but they are digging hard. We got to get ready here for our finish camera because I think it's going to be a tight one. As they come in, we're going to see what happens. So we do have a pretty tight race on the inside with these outside canoes really trying to push the boundaries here of what's possible, trying to win from the outside. Here we go. We're coming in. ʻEhitu, Kawaihae. And I take Kamehameha and Keōua. Oh, and then on the inside, Keōua, yep. Nice. It's an exciting race. I can hear people in the parking lot clapping. They're enjoying that one so much. Look at this race. Still ongoing. It's not over until the last boat finishes. Everybody keeps battling. Nobody gives up. Well, it was a good job. That was mixed 18 race. And after mixed 18, we start to move into the more of the open divisions. We'll hit our Novice A's first and then our opens. So let's take a look at results because I'm sure we've got some more. So we last look at girls 18, and so now we have boys 18 results. They're ready. All right, boys 18. Let's see what we got. Kawaihae in third, Kamehameha in second, with ʻEhitu in the number 1 spot at 3:35. Another really fast time for boys 18. Almost too fast. I have to check their canoe for a motor. Let's see here. What do we have versus states? Because when you start hitting times like that, that's pretty serious business. You put up numbers like that. Yeah, let's see like that. They already hold the 3rd record, but they tied. Actually, they beat the 4th place record today. So this ʻEhitu team, they're definitely going to be in the running when it comes to states race in a couple weeks. We won't be covering that. We don't get paid like the people who are covering it do. But you'll be able to watch that live stream. That's with Ocean Paddler TV. Ocean Paddler TV will be covering the states race. So you'll get a lot more camera coverage, a lot more drone action. You won't get as good a data. But it'll be a fun race. And the best of the best show up for states. So who we got? We got the Novice A's coming up. We got Novice A women, Novice A men, and then into the open divisions with women's freshmen. All right, so let's take a quick look here at our standings. We don't have any undefeated teams. But if I remember right, these women, yeah, the top 3 crews here have been battling on and off constantly, and you can see by the numbers just switching by 1 point between all of them over those regattas that they are definitely battling hard in this race. So you can expect the top 3 teams, Hui Waʻa, KEOUA, and ʻEhitu, to once again be putting up a show. Let's take a look at our crews. Hui Waʻa, ʻEhitu, lane 1 and lane 2 and lane 3 are definitely ones to keep your eye on. KEOUA. These women Novice A crews have been doing well this season. But you can't count anyone out when it comes to the championships. Sometimes they dig a little deeper. Sometimes the crews sync up a little better. Pull off some surprises. We've seen 3 races where there's been some surprises, so we can see more. This is great. Looks like it's going to be a pretty full event with our 9 crews out there. So while we're waiting, let's take a look at just some of these paddlers. They're getting lined up, ready to go. Wind's starting to fill in a little bit more from the east. That's sort of the trade wind direction you can see by the flags. The bull holders are going to have to be doing a little bit more work. Nobody wants a false start at Moku's. So you can expect a 3-way battle in these first 2 lanes, but like I said, there could also be a surprise on the outside. Nice view of the drone. Looks like a large bug. That's not our drone, by the way. At least I don't think it is. They're kind of hard to tell apart. All those bugs look the same. We're getting closer. We have 9 crews out there, yeah. And I think we're a little more than halfway. Yeah, that's definitely our drone. I just checked because our drone just launched. Crew headed out. I think we're getting close. Close enough to bring in our drone. There we go, and we're off. Women Novice A. We've got our 3 hammer crews on the inside. but I'm thinking there could be a surprise anywhere out there. As they make their way down the course, you can see that they're all tightly grouped, as they have been for most of this season. They're looking good. Unlike this background music. But you know how it is with copyrights. If you play the good stuff, you get in trouble. Here they come. I'm impressed with how tight this race is. I'm just looking out across the water, and you know, it's looking at me like lane 3 has got a slight lead over the inside. I believe that's Hui Waʻa. And I think you'll get a good sense of that as we approach the flags, which are not far away. They're just off the edge of the shot. And you can see the steersmen start to position their canoes as they get ready around that corner. Let's turn that off, get a full view here. Look at how tight those canoes are. That is awesome. Just awesome. See them all turn like that? Wow, these Novice A's, I tell you, they're doing well. You know, I don't know if they're moving on into the Opens this year or if they're going to be Novice A for another year, but all of them are doing really well. This is a really great race. Look how tight they all are. You know, KEAWE is just barely breaking an overlap. I think they have a bit of a gap starting to form, but it's a full-on sprint for all these crews, pushing upwind slightly. I can see them working hard. I hear them. This is awesome. I'm glued to the screen watching these women battle it out. KEAWE has just got a slight gap, but they're managing to hold it, and these other crews are trying to chase them down. I don't even know who is in second there. We got 3 canoes in contention, with 2 outside canoes really pushing, and the outside 3 canoes just trying to catch everybody. They are right all in the mix. I mean, there's not much difference between all these battlers. They're all doing really well in this race. Just look straight down that line. That is wild. Hui Waʻa is really trying to step it up here. I can hear the crowd going wild down there. You're going to definitely have to pull up the finish cam, because this is going to be an interesting race here. Wow, it is so close. Here they come. KEAWE, looks like they've pulled it off. Nice. Wow, that was quite a race. You can see how close all those canoes were. That was a really exciting race. All these canoes. These crews are just moving well today. They even have a little bit of upwind to battle. All right, that was women Novice A finishing up there. And even if you weren't first, battling with that whole fleet right together like that, that takes skill. It takes a lot of power and a lot of teamwork. So congratulations to all of them. It's a good job. Let's see, I think we have some more results because I think the mix 18 results are up now. So hopefully you don't get too dizzy watching that drone fly around. You can see some of the action down there by the finish line. This is the officials area where they do the ID checks. Let's put up the results from the mix 18. Oh no, we had a DQ in that race. I must have missed that because they had a fast time. They were up there in the top 5. Mix 18 race, 405, 408, 415. I think we're starting to maybe run into a little bit of the current today. But I can't help to think about states. So let's just see how mix 18 did versus those times. Yeah, it was a bit slower race for everyone. Closest they came was 7 seconds, but ʻEhitu does hold the 3rd place time from previous regatta. So we should see some results from them in states as well. It's always hard to compare other associations' races with ours because they're different courses and different conditions. And they have a little bit different canoes too. Some of them will do fiberglass. But here we got men's Novice A. We do have an undefeated Novice A crew. Let's take a quick look at those guys. KEAWE. Good job. We have a new paddler in with the undefeated crew. So let's see how they do. Let's just check out the standings. I think this crew has been doing pretty well. Yeah, they got an 8-point lead over ʻEhitu. 7 points over Waikoloa. So, you know, it's pretty much anybody's guess who's going to get 2nd or 3rd. And then KEAWE, they've got a new paddler in there with them too. So things could get changed up a bit. It's somewhat hard to tell. Let's just take a look at the crew spotlights here. See who is in what lane and what canoe. Alright, so there we have our crews. And we saw our undefeated teams. Let's just put up some of our paddlers' backgrounds while they get all lined up, because we've got a lot of them to wait for them to get out there, and you can tell they're having to put the brakes on. Wind really wants to push them down the course. Not much change, it's still about the same intensity. Sometimes with the thermals, the afternoon can pick up a little bit, but it seems pretty stable. We're 1 o'clock now. Looks like we got lucky again with this regatta and avoided the rainfall. Just waiting for them all to line up. Wind's giving them a little push. You can tell how quickly they're drifting down towards the line. All right, we're getting close. Yeah, we're definitely getting close to the start here. Alright, so here we are with men's Novice A. I'm a little suspicious. Okay, we got to move him back a little bit there. That's good. Alright, well let's see if our undefeated crew, KEAWE, they're in the yellow and red. Canoe 54. See if they can make it number 8. Here we go. Paddles are up, and they are off. Oh, so we don't have our drone up. My bad. Here we come down the course. We got a lot of movement on the outside. I'm wondering if we are going to see an upset. As they start to approach mid-course here, get a better idea. Yeah. KEAWE holding their undefeated title. No, sorry, that's KEAWE in lane 2. Look at that. Might be seeing an upset in the form of KEAWE's undefeated crew. As ʻEhitu comes slamming around the corner. I can hear their club going nuts down on the beach. As we got Kamehameha coming in that corner. We've got some of these outside crews already rounding and coming down. All right. Let's see if we can pick them up on both cameras. So yeah, they're all coming down. Look at this. Yeah, that's definitely ʻEhitu moving along in first place there. Giving our second place guys a real run for their money. Yeah, look at this. The crowd is on their feet down there as these guys come battling down. I think there might be another upset today in our Novice A race. Because we got the fleet quite spread out after that corner. And I think what happened was the more experienced paddlers somehow managed to gain ground on the corners over some of these other crews and just pour it on this race back. So we got to see who's going to finish here. As I can hear the crowd erupting down there. we're closing in. Look at this. It's ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu with the upset on the Novice A race today. Followed by KEAWE. That was an exciting race. I can tell by the crowd that they enjoyed that one. Kamehameha finishing, and then our outside canoes wrapping up that race. That was an adrenaline-filled race there. It's like somebody decided to take the flag with them as a souvenir. That was Puna. Once you finish racing, you can hit the flags. But if you're still racing and you hit a flag and it goes in the water, that's bad news. Alright, so that was our Novice A race. I'm looking forward to seeing those results. But speaking of results, I think we have our women's Novice A results ready. Yeah, there they are. So let's just take a quick peek at the women's Novice A results. Right, congratulations to all those teams. They did a good job. I mean, there were some pretty tight times with some of these crews. And, you know, Novice A is one of those tricky events where sometimes they're mostly first-year paddlers, or sometimes they can be all your second-year Novice A paddlers. So there can be an unbalance between groups in that race, and you can kind of see that in the numbers. You've got sort of a leading pack crew and then a second pack following behind them. And that's often due to just the difference in a year of experience between the two that are in the Novice A division. That was a good job. Let's just take a quick look at the states times, see how that compares. Yeah, so you can see there we've got 3 record holders, but not today. Today was a little bit different run. But we do have a number 5, a number 2, and a number 3. But you can see there was a bit of an upset there in sort of the pattern of times. Now, like I said, that can happen in these events. All right, so we just finished our men's Novice A, so now we're going to be off into the open divisions. Open divisions here are really open to any age. And often crews will have quite a mixed plate in order to just fill events and try to get more points for their club. Because who doesn't want a Moku trophy? So let's take a look of what we got going on here. No undefeated crews in this event. But let's take a look at our standings while they get lined up. Oh yeah, I remember this race from last weekend where it was incredibly close. It was quite a battle. A little bit of upset there with Opua last weekend. Let's see what happens again this weekend. You see there's a tie for second, and they're only 2 points behind first. So you can expect this is going to be a good battle for sure. So let's take a quick look at our crews who are lining up. All right, so we're getting lined up here. So I'm going to be just running cameras here because our expert drone operator, he's in the men's freshman, and we don't have our fill-in pilot to help us out. So you're going to have to bear with me as I'm trying to run the whole show. But women's freshmen, this is going to be an awesome race because they are well-matched crews. As you saw from the standings. And we'll just put up some of the numbers while we're waiting for them to line up. Oh, I think we just about got everybody out there. I will do my best to try to cover this whole event for you. We're still waiting on anybody? Doesn't look like it. I think we should be ready to rock. Just that one outside canoe. We'll be underway. You can see that wind is really giving those boat holders a little bit of a challenge. I don't know if you've been one of those boat holders and had your crew get DQ'd. That's a feeling that'll ruin your week. Okay, here we go. All right, we're underway. First open group today. Women freshmen. Now these first 4 inside crews, they have been fighting every regatta. And you can see them going again today. They're just hammering. Not to be undone by our other crews on the outside. You can see them going. All right, what's going to leave that camera? We're going to move to our other camera here. This is our turn camera. Get a better view. We're a little bit higher here of our outside crews. And because we're under the roof for this camera, we don't have to have the weatherproof lens, which is a little bit blurry. But you can see these outside crews, how hard they're working. These women freshmen, they are battling. We're getting close here to the halfway point. You can see our outside crews are actually coming close to leading, which is awesome. It looks like, you know, we got lane 3, which is KEAWE, followed by Opua. And boy, I don't know. It's too tight to call who's pushing third there. This is definitely going to be one of those races where the corner is going to make a difference. And it's either going to be a good difference or a bad difference. We've got so many crews just neck and neck on this corner. There we go. A little bit of an upset on this race too, as KEAWE cuts that corner, beating Opua around. And the shore side's going nuts. People are loving that. Like I said, there's no underdog out here though. I mean, these crews are well matched and they have been fighting tooth and nail all season. And you can see all the crews are already all around. Everybody's coming down on this last sprint. Just look at the speed involved here. There's definitely lane 3 and lane 2 are battling. And this is a bit of a surprise because these two crews been swapping positions, so we'll have to see what happens when we get closer to the finish line. But it does look like we're seeing a little bit more speed now out of Opua. as they start to approach our finish. And we still have the outside crews. They're still pushing pretty hard. But we definitely have the top tier 3 teams there. They are not far from the finish line. Let's just take a quick look. See, it's definitely KEAWE there in lane 3, making the moves today. Significant lead. But they are being chased down by Opua. Opua is not letting down. You can see them going. Look at them. Oh, it's not going to be enough. Wow. Wow, KEAWE. Good job. Opua, you two. Amazing. That was a crazy race, and here we go again for third. Wow, look at that. Yeah, inside just barely pulled off third. Puna over ʻEhitu, followed by Kawaihae. That's all unofficial, of course. Hell of a race, though. All right, well, that one didn't disappoint, and you could tell by the numbers that they were going to be battling. And I was surprised myself how much of a battle it was. Right down to the last stroke here in the finish line. So we do have some more results. Men's Novice A is almost ready. It's not quite fully baked. So I'll wait for those. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go back to the Kupunas. I just don't know who's watching and who's not. And if you just tuned in, you know, this is something I think you'll appreciate.
The elder statesmen and women of the paddling world. Our Kupuna, our Tutukane, our Tutu Wahine. The 65 and 70-year-old divisions is just a number to them. It's not stopping them from doing something that they love. Being out on the water with their family and friends and still have that competitive juices flowing. That in itself is an inspiration for us all. To all our Kupuna paddlers out there, whether on the shoreline or in the canoe, you guys are an inspiration. You guys are awesome, and we love you guys.
All right, there's our Kupuna. They're an inspiration to all of us. Now, I do think we have we do have the men's Novice A results up and ready. So I think that was a pretty quick race. Let's take a look at those results. Let's see what we have here. Who are our top 3 crews from Novice A? Waikoloa, KEAWE, ʻEhitu. And it was a good race there, you know, about 5 seconds separation. Let's just take a quick peek, see how that compared to our state's results. And what do we have versus states? So, our ʻEhitu guys, you know, they broke into the number 2 spot. They managed to beat KEAWE, who does hold the number 1 spot still. So they might not have fully loaded their crew up for Novice A, which might have been why we saw some of the upsets we see today. Because it could be trying to bounce out other crews, you know, maybe in the mix. Maybe they're not around. Maybe they're still at the gorge doing an OC1 race, which would be awesome for Novice A's to be doing. So if we just finished women's freshman, doesn't take a genius to know men's freshmen are next. But just in case you're not a genius, I'm just going to put it up in your face anyway. So, men's freshman, event 27. And don't forget, we're going to have the longie today. We got the seniors who are going to be doing a mile and a half. So, a mile and a half, that's 5 turns. You want to wear yourself out, jump in the senior race. Done that a number of my times myself, and it's an exciting race. You know, personally I love it, but it does really slow the day down having those big long races in the middle of the day. Let's take a look at our crews competing here in the men's freshman. We don't have anybody undefeated, and for some reason we don't have Puna's crew in there. Sure, that's just a technical glitch. I'm sure Puna's got a crew. Kawaihae. Okay. Now there's 2 showing up that doesn't look right. I think we got some kind of computer magic going on in the background. So maybe they haven't fully updated their database for who's racing. 3 of them now. 3 pukas in the crew list. Alright, that's enough to irritate a guy. So let's just try refreshing, see if we can pull up that crew list. And hopefully they've populated now. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why our crews aren't all showing up. I doubt that they have scratched those events. This is a great race with good bragging rights, so I don't know who would pass that up. Unless they just ran into a situation where they didn't have enough guys. Alright, so let's just take a quick look at the standings for this event. Okay, ʻEhitu there with a 6-point lead over KEAWE and Keaukaha. 4-point difference there. And then a mere 4-point difference to Puna. So I think you can expect this to be yet another battle. You know, when it comes to Mokus, people are going to put the pedal to the metal and try to do their best to get that gold. Everybody wants the Moku's gold. So I'm not quite sure why we're missing some crews here in this list. You know, I guess we'll find out when we get all the crews out there lined up what the story is. So far we got 5 of the 8 out there. Let's just zoom in and watch them prep. As Keaukaha comes in. Supposed to have a few more, but we'll see what the deal is with these empty crews. You know, they must have scratched. You know, they are underway. Men's freshmen, they're digging hard. Look at these guys go. Yeah. I love it. Here they come down the course. They are flying. Those canoes are just moving. It's just a beautiful sight. I love to see this. Like, let's take a close look at these guys on the outside because they are moving as well. Here we go. We're really moving. Looks like Keaukaha. Lighting their lane on fire out there. They are putting the pressure on these inside crews. as all three of these come down the course with a strong overlap into the corner. All three of these canoes. It looks like a 1, 2, 3 from here. It's not the best angle, but what you can tell is when they start turning, you get an idea of what is going on with the overlaps. And I would guess that, lane 2, ʻEhitu, got in there first, followed by Keaukaha on the outside. Yeah. I think we're seeing it's just a three-way battle right now. I don't know exactly who is leading here. It's ʻEhitu is really pushing. I think these two boats managed to shake Keaukaha a little bit. They've opened up a little gap, a little breathing room for themselves, but Keaukaha is in there tight behind them, pushing. It's time to think of our start camera here as they move down course. Keaukaha is battling a little bit of the conditions out there. You can see the wind line. This is such a tight race. It's got everybody screaming down on the beach. If you're in there, you want to come down and see some of this excitement firsthand. This is the place to be. Head down to the beach. Watch these guys paddle as they approach the finish line. Wow, 1, 2, and 3. So that was Puna, ʻEhitu, and Keaukaha. I think that was another upset there. That was a wild ride. We had a number of canoes drop out for some reason. So they were trying to make this race work for them, but I guess they didn't. So that was men's freshman. And that was the unofficial results there. We'll see here. I believe that was, I want to say it's Kamehameha on the outside. Yeah, Kamehameha, and then inside Keauhou. So that was it. That wraps up that race. That was an amazing finish by those top three canoes. And I think we have some more results. We do. We have the women's freshman results. That was another exciting race. So far, these freshman races did not disappoint. Or even needing caffeine, even though I was up at 4 in the morning getting ready for this event. All this racing, it's got me wired. So let's check out the women's freshman results. And let's take a quick peek at the women's freshman versus states results, get an idea of where we were there. So wasn't particularly fast race, and we don't have any women's freshmen ranking in the top state times. So they're going to have to do a little work before states comes around. But I expect them to do well. there's always time, and the adrenaline of just being at States with all those other crews can be a real inspiration to really step up your game. I wish we were doing a broadcast for it, because it's one of the funnest races to watch. So much talent in Hawaii when it comes to paddling. Now let's take a look at our next event. It's going to be women's sophomore. That's event 28. So you might be wondering, where are we? Event 28 is pretty much halfway through. At 1:30 today. We've got some more half miles under our belts, so let's see if we've updated our half mile race. Our half mile is boys 18, still holding strong at 3:35. That is just an insane time. It's probably time to check out the medals. Here's our medal tally for today. Got ʻEhitu with 21. We got Kawaihae down there. A lot of gold, a lot of silvers and bronze. They're going to be bringing home a lot of medal too. So these are all ranked by gold, silvers, and then bronze, and then just a total. So the numbers might look a little strange, but gold ranks a little higher than silver. Silver ranks a little higher than bronze. So that's how those standings work when it comes to medal counts. It's not strictly just the count of the medal. But if you're the guy stuck picking up the medals at the end of the race, then it does make a difference. You can take a dolly or something down there to pick them up. Great to see all these clubs out here today. Even if you're not taking hardware home, we're stoked you're here paddling. Some of these bigger clubs, they got more resources. They can keep the same paddlers every year. It'd be hard to complete as a smaller club. But we're just stoked you're here. Don't be discouraged if you didn't get a medal. It's all about coming out, paddling, having fun with your friends, enjoying Hilo one, enjoying the excitement of the sport, seeing these beautiful koa canoes in action. We're right here in the area where Kamehameha built his fleet of 1,000 war canoes. Some of those canoes could hold up to 100 people. So there's a lot of history right here. A lot of history with these koa canoes. So we are getting lined up here. I'm spacing out, and I need to let you guys know who is out there. So here comes our lineup. We got paddles up. Paddles up. All right, we are underway. Women's sophomore race is another one that's going to be a battle. A little bit of a gap already starting to open with some of them. It's great. We got quite a wide field. Starting to move already towards the mid part of the course. They're coming in hot. We've got quite a grouping for their outside canoes. They seem to be doing quite well on this downwind leg. It seems like they might be getting a little current or a little extra wind push, which is giving them an advantage. But then they got to turn around and battle it back, and they start to lose that advantage. But you can see here that looks like maybe Waikoloa out there. Where are we? Are we lane 3? Yeah. lane 3 is got the edge on everybody, along with KEAWE on the inside. Lane 3, it says that's Puna, but it's got to be Waikoloa. 60, yeah. Puna's just on the inside of them. Not quite sure. It's just probably because we must have had a scratch. But yeah, that's Waikoloa. I think they're going to be first into this turn. Let's span back a little bit. See the rest of the fleet still. Yeah, the outside is still doing pretty well. The inside canoes, we've already got turns out of ʻEhitu and Puna. You know, Waikoloa, though, they have seemed to grab a little bit of a lead on everyone. As they come out of the turn, they're going to work their way back upwind. And we have Keaukaha there on the outside. These guys, Waikoloa, are doing really well. You can see how hard they're pushing. They're really digging in. Same with ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu's starting to put the heat on them. Look at ʻEhitu step it up. They're really starting to gain some speed there. This is going to be a good race. I think ʻEhitu is starting to move up, with Puna hot on their tails, along with Keaukaha and I believe that's Waikoloa. All right, that is some great paddling there as these ladies work towards the finish. Let's go ahead and bring in the finish cam. See if we can spot them. The crowd has seen this battle that's going on between these canoes, and they are not quiet about it. they are just screaming down there. There's so much whistling and hollering and screaming. We should put a mic down there just so you viewers at home can experience just the thunder that is going on down here in Hilo. Oh yeah, I think we might have a little bit of an upset with these guys. Really pushing towards first. I don't know, they might pull it off. This is awesome. Wow. Looks like oh no, I think they just slightly got edged out there by ʻEhitu on the inside. Yeah, that was amazing. Waikoloa second there, right behind ʻEhitu. Keauhou right there in lane 1 finishing. I think we got Keaukaha finished, and I think that's the end of that race. I think that wraps up women's sophomore. I think that's all our women that completed there. Yeah, that was a good job. That was a great race there with the first and second place battle, back and forth, with the sprint at the end just to finish it off. But let's see. I think we have some results. No, not yet. They're still working on the men's results. So while they're doing the men's results, I'm going to run a little bit of a longer segment. This is a segment about Aunty Maile, and this race is really named after her and all that she's done for paddling in Hawaii. This is her granddaughter talking about the event.
Aunty Maile, she's my great grandma. The way a lot of people remember her is that she would have a blowhorn on the beach, yelling at the paddlers, both the keiki and the adults, regardless of what they're doing. just to try and correct and make sure that she brings out the best in the paddlers. She was the coach for Kailana Canoe Club for a really long time, honestly for as long as I can remember, before she passed away. Some of the traditional Hawaiian values that she would bring to canoe paddling was often instilled within us at a very young age. She started off with the youth. She taught us chants and songs to sing. She taught us the traditional ways of canoe paddling and how to rig canoes, all the way up from taking care of the canoe and how to actually paddle. She's very generous in providing insight to the youth and to the paddlers. She's actually inducted into the Big Island Sports Hall of Fame. So if you go to Prince Kuhio Mall, you'll actually see her photo on the wall as one of the paddling coaches. She did spend a lot of time with family. A lot of the time it was us spending time with her down at the beach. She did have a job. She was the security guard at Hilo High School, as a lot of people know and remember her as. But the way I remember her is that she's always on the beach, coaching both keiki and adults paddling. Canoe paddling runs in my blood. It started with my tutu, and it went on to my grandma, Aloha. It came down to me, and then my little siblings. As her great-granddaughter, I learned a lot about paddling, a lot about how important family is, how important Hawaiian values are. She often taught us about aloha kekahi kekahi, that olelo no eau was instilled within us. Both my crew, when I first started paddling, just to take care of each other and to take care of the canoe and the equipment, and just make sure that everyone is taken care of. You respect each other, you respect ourselves. Aunty Maile showed us a lot of tough love, both as a coach and as my tutu. She would make sure that we're respecting each other and ourselves. For 38 years, Aunty Maile was the race secretary for Moku, Hawaii. Being the race secretary entails registering and making sure that each paddler has a identification card. So you're looking at thousands of paddlers confirming their waivers, their identity, making sure they are who they say they are, and that they're eligible to race. Having the Aunty Maile Moku Hawaii Championship race named after my tutu means a lot to me personally. She was always there watching me from when I was little in my races. She'd watch all of us race. It was really cool. She would be like sitting on a chair in the official stand, like literally watching us from the start to the finish. Also being that she was race secretary, so she kind of had to watch the races and make sure that everyone was doing the right thing, following the rules. But yeah, being that it's tied to our family just means so much to me personally. It's so inspiring to have someone like my tutu to look up to. If I could talk to Aunty Maile today, I would tell her that I love her and I miss her so much. And I hope that she's happy that her legacy still lives on with us.
Okay, well that's the legacy of Aunty Maile and the Moku's champs and why it's named after Aunty Maile. So our next event here coming up is the women sophomore. They're getting lined up. All right, so our drone operator got done racing. He got third. Congratulations to him. But he's back out filming, and we're going to get this lineup sorted out and get underway with this race. So let's just take a look here. What we got? The men's sophomore. Looks like we picked the wrong race. Men's sophomore underway. We got our drone up. women's sophomore coming down course here. Yeah, Puna there on the inside. This is a tight race too. Look at them. They're all lined up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, all of them have a little bit of overlap. At the moment, it looks like Keauhou has a bit of an edge on everybody. They're coming in fast on this corner, and they are tightly grouped. You can see the flag starting to approach there from the left side of the screen. You can see there's a wind line on the outside. Now that could be related to current, or it could be a little bit of wind. It's hard to tell from this position, but there's definitely different conditions out there than on the inside. There we go, Keauhou around the corner. Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 canoes. Look at this turn. All right, Keauhou came out good. They're still holding a little bit of a lead. I think there's still some overlap. And it looks like ʻEhitu is trying to catch them. Puna on the inside. Kawaihae there, starting to gain, and lane 2 there. I don't know quite what's wrong with our crew names there. Let's see if we can refresh those, but no, there's still some database goofiness down there with HCRA. Anyway, look at this race. This is going to be a tight one. We've got to get prepped here with our finish camera to catch this tight action. As they move into the finish. Wow. 1, 2, and 3. I think that was close, but it was definitely discernible. You know, I'm gonna say it was Keauhou, but I'm gonna leave that one for the officials. Okay, so the next race is our women's junior. That's a 1 mile race. So we're going to see 6 turns. So I have to go run some errands. So that means I'm going to have to leave you guys on autopilot while I get someone to come in and help. I'm going to put up the crew ticker for the women's junior so you know who is doing what and where. But you're going to be on your own with this one. Alright, so here we are with the women's junior underway. First leg of 4. Kaupua here on the inside. Puna, second place there, followed by Kamehameha. And it looks like Keaukaha. Maybe not Keaukaha, but ʻEhitu on the far outside. Coming up quickly on the flags here. You see Puna come into this turn. They're going to get a little crowded by Kaupua. Kaupua is cutting in. Kamehameha coming around the corner. Followed by, I think, ʻEhitu. Thinking Keaukaha must have scratched this one. Here we go, these ladies. 3 more legs to go. Puna's holding a solid lead. They've probably got about a canoe length between them. Kamehameha, though, is hot on their tail. Kaupua not far behind. These ladies doing a good job. Let's see, maybe we'll bring up the finish cam so we can watch their turn. Because they're not even halfway yet. They're just getting started, folks, and they're working hard for this. They're starting to approach the finish down here. Puna crew is doing well. They're holding their own. They still are maintaining a bit of a gap. You know, this race is just getting started though, folks. We're coming up on the halfway point at this turn. And this is usually when crews start to try to open it up a little bit. They get in this turn, they come out. And then they know they got the half mile to go. Expertly done. Kamehameha right behind them. Kaupua too. Wow, look at them dig out of that turn. Look at them go. Good job. And then outside is ʻEhitu coming around. Let's take a quick look at their turn. As they come in, a little bit wide on it. It's all right though. They're good. Now they got to dig their way out. Maybe use a little bit of this wind to get accelerated again. They got to get down to the other end. Go one more time. Good job, ladies. These Puna girls are looking unstoppable out there. They have at least a canoe gap between them and Kamehameha. So if they can hold that lead through this corner, I think they're going to nail first place for sure. They're on a fiery pace. Here they come out of that corner. Last leg back. Now this is where you've really got to pour it on. Really clean turns from all these crews. They know that after 3 lengths, they don't want to mess it up by burying the flag. That's a lot of work and you don't want to lose by making an error. They're doing good. They've got at least a 2 canoe length gap now. Kamehameha is going to have to work really hard and really pour it on if they want to catch that crew. But they have definitely nailed second with Keauhou in a solid third. Yeah, there's almost 3 canoe lengths gap there. Here they come. Decisive win by Puna. Unofficial win, but they've got quite a gap. You can see in the drone footage, they're probably, that's a solid 4 canoe gap there. Congratulations. That's a tough race to have such a large gap on your competitors. You can tell by all these paddlers that they've trained well together. They've all worked hard together. They have really good technique. Here comes Keauhou. Looking flawless, Keauhou. Good job. We've got one more canoe, ʻEhitu. Let's get our drone out there on them. They're moving too. They've got a little bit different conditions out there. It's mellowing out some. As we get the drone out there closer, we'll have a better look. But yeah, you can see that there's a little bit more disturbed water. It's running in a couple different directions. And plus they've got a touch more wind. And over 4 laps, all that can add up. Alright, good job ʻEhitu. Nice solid finish. Alright, well that's great. I think we have some results. So let's switch modes here and take a look at what results we have ready. So we do have a men's freshman and women's sophomore and men's sophomore. So let's cycle through those. So our men's freshman results, which I don't think I put up, but this is event 27. Yeah, there's all those scratches that we had in that event. Keaukaha, KEAWE, and ʻEhitu. Some fast times. 3:37, 3:38, 3:43. Yeah, good job, guys. Let's just take a quick look at the states comparison, because that there were at least 2 of those were pretty quick times. But we're still a few seconds behind where the state's top times are. That's okay. In 2 weeks, we'll find out who's really got it. So let's take a look at the women's sophomore results while we wait for the men's junior to get lined up. So women's sophomore results. We had 8 crews out on that one. So in 3 we've got Puna, Waikoloa, and ʻEhitu. That was that race that was really close. Those two were just neck and neck the whole race. Good job, ladies. That was a fun race to watch. Congratulations, and we'll be looking for you at States. Now let's check out the men's sophomore, and then we'll be all caught up on results. Here we go. We got the results. Oh, we had a DQ over the line. Yeah, that's what you don't want. Oh, and they had a fast time too, 3:41. Wow. Yeah, they would have been second without that DQ. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know how hard that is. 3:41's a fast time. In fact, with these times, let's just take a quick look at the states overlays, because that's right. So the state level, they've gotten rid of that event. So that's an event we only do here on Big Island, and so they don't have a state qualification time for the sophomore races. But barring that, let's move on to the men's junior. Let's take a quick look at that race. Now that I have a little bit of time, we can look at the standings for this race. And there's a tie there for second between Keaukaha and Puna, with ʻEhitu squeaking 5 points ahead. Let's see how the juniors crews do today. This is one of the longer races, so you don't see as many crews out there. And as I'm always complaining to you guys, we need more crews on these races. Let's take a look at the crew spotlights while they get themselves lined up out there. There's only 4 of them out there today, so they're going to be lining up and going pretty soon here. We just got this last canoe turning in, so we should be getting this race underway quickly. And we do have our drone nearby, ready to launch at the start. So let's open that view up. That you line up on the line. And it's paddles up for these guys. Another mile race. So 3 turns, 4 legs. Each crew has their own strategy for how to approach this race. But it does look like Keaukaha decided to go for the lead a little bit here. I think Kamehameha on the inside has decided to push a little bit too. But all these guys are like right within each other. A few strokes. So it's like KEAWE. KEAWE decided to give everybody a push as well. But yeah, Kamehameha is not backing down. Look at these guys go. They are looking good. At the moment, everybody's chasing a couple paddle strokes difference between all these canoes, with Puna right in the mix with everyone. KEAWE right there with Keaukaha on the outside. Is starting to approach the turn down there. Put it in a little bit of slow motion so you can see all that action. As they're coming into the flag, you look down the course, you can see everyone is approaching almost simultaneously. Look at this, turns. Wow, look at these guys go. So it looks like Keaukaha, followed by KEAWE, and then Kamehameha, and then Puna. Quick turn by Keaukaha as well as KEAWE. There was no time lost on those corners for those boys. So here we go. Now we're doing a little bit of an upwind leg as they push their way through the chop. A little bit of boat wake as well. I'm going to go ahead and give us the turn camera too. They're starting to approach midfield. Keaukaha is still pushing hard. Just maybe a half boat length over KEAWE. This is one of those races where you can't make mistakes, and it's a long one. There's just no room for error. And you can see all these crews, how synchronized they are, how they're all working together. A race like this, every stroke adds up. So here they come up on the corner. Let's see if we can get them. So they're starting to approach the turns. I'm going to zoom in a little bit because they are going to be tight coming in. They're spread across about 4 or 5 lanes here. The wind's picking up a bit. Here we go. Looks like KEAWE. Nope, that's Keaukaha. Sorry, Keaukaha around the corner first. They've got at least a canoe length coming in here. KEAWE hot on the tail. KEAWE with a tight turn, trying to make up time. They still have a gap to chase down on KEAWE. On the inside too. Inside, Kamehameha is doing well. They had a great turn. Came banging out of that corner. All right, and then we got Puna. Puna is out and about, chasing them down. Still another half mile to go. That's half of the race. Let's go full drone here. Get a nice aerial view of what's happening up in the front. We can good view of the crew there as they maintain their gap of about a canoe length, roughly, over KEAWE. You know, Kamehameha has not given up. They are in the inside and they have started to move. They've been accelerating this whole leg. They are starting to put the pressure on second place there, which is KEAWE. We'll see as we move into this corner. This is the last turn. You can see they're lining up for the flag. They're getting prepared. Last change, and they're digging double kahi. They pull that front around. They're already pushing to get out. They are moving. They're ready to sprint. They're leaving nothing out there today. They know ʻEhitu is gunning for them, and they're not letting up. ʻEhitu in slow motion around that corner, just so you can see all that action in great detail. I think on that corner, Keaukaha managed to open up another canoe length. As we catch up in the drone, get a better idea of the fleet's movement. Yeah, they have about 2 canoe lengths, and they're still pushing hard. Looks like we got a couple young guns in the front. Veteran steersman Tyler in the back. They are really moving, folks. I think they're continuing to open the gap. Yeah, they are. So we're going to jump to the finish cam to get a good view of the whole action as they approach the flags, continuing to move. I think they've opened it up to 3 canoe lengths. That's quite a sprint for these guys. This crew looks really strong, looking good as they come in. So that was Keaukaha over the line. They're being chased by ʻEhitu. Here they come. I can see them in the distance. It's definitely ʻEhitu. And then I believe Puna. And I'm sorry, I'm zoomed too out. Then Puna followed them. I'm sorry, this is Puna. That was Kamehameha on the inside. Now Puna. All right, that was a good race. Sorry about the order. I got it mixed up. I'm unofficial anyway, so I'm allowed to make all kinds of mistakes. I do try to do my best, but you know, this is a lot to do well by one person, so sometimes I screw a few things up. Well, today's the day we finally get to see the seniors race. So that's 1.5 miles. That's going to be 5 turns for those bad boys racing in that race. And we're going to start off with the women's. Oh, we do have some results for women's junior. So let's run those results first, and then we'll get into the senior events. All right, so here are our women's junior results. We had our 4 crews out there. Puna with a solid victory there at 8:41, which is a really fast time. And women's junior, and this is a race that they do in the States. I'm not sure if they keep track of States times though, because not everybody does them, and they do. And look, check that out. Today Puna got into the top 4 with a time of 8:41. So these other times seem ridiculously fast. Like, I don't know how you could do it in 5 minutes. That's just, there's got to be a typo or something somewhere with that. But the 8:41's a solid time. That's realistic, and those ladies did well. So Puna, you know, when you go to States, go take them all down. All right, so let's get back to our senior race. So we got women's senior starting up. Now remember, this race is even more about pacing. We've got another whole half mile added on from the previous race. And in this race, you've got to really pace yourself properly or you'll burn out. And what I'm really curious to see is, like, how many crews do we manage to get out? Because you don't have to qualify to do this race, but if you do win first or second, you're automatic in for states, right? So I don't think you need to see our drone land. That's a bit boring. So let's get back to the race course and let's take a look. I just want to throw up the whole full list first to get an idea of who's out there, and then we'll go through the details. So we do have 6 crews, which is awesome, you know, because it's not an easy race, and I'm stoked to see that we're getting more of these entries into the longer races. Of course, we don't have any standings for this because it is a new event, because we only do it once a year on the island and then once at states. So you only get to race it twice. So there's not much practice for this event. You just got to be good. There's no messing around. And if you know some of these names, you'll know they're good. I recognize quite a few of them. And I don't want to be biased by calling out different people, because I don't know everybody and I don't know everybody's history. But, you know, I can tell you that these paddlers are no slackers. This is going to be a fun event. Let's just pull up a little bit of the backgrounds while we wait for them to get ready. They're starting to get lined up. Got 6 of them out there today, so after that men's race, the canoes might need to cool down a little bit. Koa got a little overheated with all that friction. They were moving so fast. Definitely have some hammers. Just saying. I enjoy watching these longer races. They have a variety of challenges that crews got to overcome. Not only do they need to execute a bunch of perfect turns, but they got to keep everybody's pace and energy at the same level, same power, same motion. And they got to do it for 6 legs, 5 turns. And unless you've actually done this race, you know, or done regatta racing, you may not appreciate the full technical skills that it takes to move these canoes at high speed with 6 people in them. You know, they're 400 pounds. There's a lot of motion, a lot of action in the boat, a lot of force, and you've got to turn these canoes. You've got to re-accelerate them each time. There's a lot of complexity that when you watch from a distance, you can't really appreciate. So I just want you to be aware that while it may look like they're just paddling around out there, there is a lot going on in every canoe. Managing this race, managing the timing, managing the position on the course, the speed, cadence, and they are off. Here we go. This is the start of our race. Women's senior 1 mile. Get it done, ladies. Well, that's not going to help us, is it? Our drone camera is focused on the grass. Well, you can see them coming. And I can tell you that they are all keeping pace with each other at this point. No breakouts. I would say even the outside crews, they do seem to have a little bit of a lane advantage, just because the first starts, they seem to be pulling away, but then as the race progresses, they're kind of fading back. And that could also be how the crew is responding to the race pacing, going out hard and then running out of gas. But it definitely seems like there is maybe a little bit of a push or something out there helping some of those crews You know, here we have the inside Kamehameha. Those ladies are pushing hard, but they're getting gapped by some of these leaders. Some of these leaders out here, you know. Okay, we got the drone back, so let's take a quick look at the drone. All right. And we're coming into the turn. You can see how tightly grouped all these women are. They are coming into this corner together, and they're almost all overlapped. You can tell by the drone how close they are. And we'll get a sense of that too from this wide view on the left as they start to turn. You can see it, almost all of them are turning together on this first corner. So this could be part of the pacing. You know, you don't want to maybe kill yourself on this first half mile just to find you have to dig deep to sprint and catch up on the gaps with the other crews. But we do have movement on the outside crews. I would say that they're doing pretty good. Waikoloa out there in the white with a little bit of, you know, like a quarter canoe gain on KEAWE. KEAWE is just a little bit ahead of them. And then closer on the inside, we're still getting some movement. Now as they come perpendicular to us, you can get a better idea. And on the drone, that Kawaihae there is moving pretty good, with KEOUA next to them and Puna not far away. But we aren't even halfway through. We're just getting started with this race. They start to work their way down the course. Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick look here at what we can see down towards the finish. As this isn't the finish, of course, they still have several more turns to make. But they're completing the first half mile here. We're definitely seeing Kawaihae making moves on people. Kawaihae has a notoriously good long distance program. This kind of race is right up their alley, and they are not giving an inch to anyone. Here we go, second turn on this race. Keōua and ʻEhitu on the outside. Puna turning. Kamehameha and Waikoloa all turning. Wow. Wow. That is awesome. So then I just gotta do it all over again. They're looking good. Okay, here they come, moving across. Let's get a little bit wider view. so you can get a perspective of how this race is proceeding. But you can see Kawaihae is still opening up space between them and some of the other crews behind them. With Kamehameha trying to chase them down. As they're approaching the turn, it looks like Kamehameha is, or no, I'm sorry, it looks like Kawaihae turning there on the green. Kawaihae turning on the yellow, and KEAWE right behind them there on the green. As we've seen the rest of our canoes come in and turn. And one would think this might be the end of it, but this is a mile and a half. So these ladies still have more work to do. But here we are, our leaders right now. They're making it look easy. There's nothing easy about this race. Okay, let's just get a look at the gap they're putting on everybody as they power down the course here. Yeah, they are doing great. Let's see if we can bring in the finish on them as they're approaching. There we go. You can kind of get an idea of the fleet and the distance of the course and how far they have to go. You know, our drone occasionally hiccups with all the traffic, Wi-Fi traffic and stuff around here. It'd be difficult sometimes to get clean signals. And so it just dropped out, but I'm sure it'll be back. Let's just jump to our finish cam. You can see these ladies come in hard. Look at this. Wow. They're really moving that canoe. Okay. They're quickly approaching the flags. They are by far the first around. Unakahi on the front there. KEAWE, followed by ʻEhitu. In the foreground here, we Kamehameha coming around the corner, chasing down Puna. I think they gained a little on Puna there on that corner. Good job. Waikoloa on the outside. Everybody's got their eyes peeled on how to catch our leaders as they are moving quickly downstream. It's a little bit of down breeze going. Nothing stopping them though. Kawaihae is moving. Let's see, I think we can pull up the next cam and the drone. So our drone comes in. We start to see Kawaihae right there in the scene. Nothing stopping them. They've got a pretty solid lead. This is going to be their last turn, and then it's going to be a sprint home. Well, look at the gap that these ladies have opened up between them and the other canoes, it's probably a 3 canoe length. This is one of those races where if you do everything right, it adds up quickly. Anything else goes wrong, yeah, and it becomes tough. It's easy to lose ground in a race like this, just because it all adds up. So this KEAWE, it looks like they are hot on their tail. Of their canoe, but I think there's still probably a good 3 canoe lengths between them. I think Kawaihae has really moved themselves out into the front position. But we could have a battle here for second and third coming up. You can see all 3 of those canoes have a little bit of overlap. It's kind of hard to see our lane 1 canoe. I think they are a little bit further back. So let's take a look at second and third at this point. They can see that canoe in front of them, and they know they want to catch it. But they're feeling that burn. It'd be hard to catch a canoe with that kind of a lead. So let's so here we go. Coming up on the finish, the crowd is just going ballistic again. I think they're really impressed with the performance of the Kawaihae team here in this long race. They're definitely on their feet down there. I can hear them. You know, they're a quarter mile away and I can hear them screaming. I think, yeah, here they come. Looking solid. There we go. Wow, good work. Kawaihae, nice job. Keōua. Yeah, you can tell that's a long race, and if it felt long watching, believe me, when you're paddling and you're trying to catch your breath and you're pushing for this finish and you're battling out, you can't wait to breathe, and you're just waiting for the end you can breathe. You make the pain stop. That was a great race, great 1.5 miles from our women's senior, but I think Kawaihae, they've got a solid chance there. You know, they took first. Now they gotta take their game to states. They get a free ride by just placing in first or second in this one race. So they're off to states, and with a pace like that, I think they're going to do well. Okay, so our next race is going to be the men's senior, similar race, 1.5 miles. But I think we might have some more results. We do have men's juniors results. Let's check out the men's juniors. Yeah, that's 7:27. That's looking pretty solid. And, you know, this is a men's junior race, so we do have some states times we can compare it against. Let's just see what we got. Yeah, look at that. So we have Puna's holding the third place record, and Keaukaha has moved into the top 2 time with the men's junior. Congratulations to that crew. So now we're going to move into the men's senior. So we got another 1.5 mile race. Again, after that one, I think I'm going to need to let the koas cool down a little bit. We don't want them to overheat. As we get ready for a men's senior, let's just take a quick peek at how many crews have signed up for this event. So this is one of those events, right, where we have not run it before today, and you never know who's going to show up and try to stake their claim at Moku's championships for the senior race. So let's just do a quick check of crews that are up in this one, and then we'll run through all the members. So we got 6. That's awesome. Kamehameha, KEAWE, Puna, Keauhou, ʻEhitu, and Kawaihae. All right. So let's take a look at the crew members. Let's see who we got. Here are crews. You can see they've made a massive tunnel there in the background that our drone has spotted. Celebrate their cruise win. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, so they made a big tunnel for the crew members. So as we wait for our men's senior crews to line up, let's take a look at everybody that's in there. ʻEhitu's got a really stacked crew. So does Kawaihae. This should be a fun race. Yeah, everybody's bringing out their stacked guns. So we've got 6 crews out here today for the 1.5 mile. So give you a little aerial view of everyone enjoying the races today down here. You can put down that screen and come down. Enjoy the weather, the sun. Do a little bit of screaming for the crews that are out there. Maybe even pick up some snacks at the concession stands, as some of these clubs are trying to raise a little bit of money for their racing or sending their crews to states. All right, so our seniors men's are getting lined up out there. We've got 6 canoes. Almost everybody's on the line. Just got to get one turned around, pointed the right way. We'll be ready to race. Let's get a close look at all these hammers that are out here today who are going to be competing. getting themselves psyched up for this race. They don't really know that we're spying on them. They're busy immersed thinking about racing, keeping their heart rate calm, breathing calm, mind calm. Don't want to waste any energy that's not paddling. Our drone is not quite there. Here we go. Solid start for all of them. There's a little bit of gap starting to form as some of these crews are going off a little faster than others off the start. Let's zip out there and take a good look at these crews underway. So we've got a little bit of time because they've got a number of laps to make. And you can see them starting to separate some already between the inside and the outside. That's Kamehameha there on the inside, KEAWE with Puna, Keauhou, ʻEhitu, and on the far outside, Kawaihae. And it looks like ʻEhitu right now has a little bit of the edge on everybody. But this race is young. We've got a ways to go, folks. So let's just enjoy the racing, watch these skilled paddlers do their thing. Well, we can already see some crews making their move. There's the outside crew here, Kawaihae. They're taking no prisoners. They are already moving up, accelerating. Oh, I'm sorry, that's ʻEhitu. I should have noticed from the red uniform. ʻEhitu there, taking no prisoners, but you know, we got Keauhou on the inside and Kawaihae on the outside, giving them a run for their money as well. That's only the first turn of many. Well, let's give them some time. See how this winds out, but these crews all look solid. ʻEhitu has a strong pace. Even when they're paused, they're looking like they're moving solid. Alright, well, let's let the drone sort itself out as they approach the second turn of many turns here that they need to complete. ʻEhitu is doing well, really solid. Now it's Puna, Kawaihae. These guys are doing good. I think they're looking up and seeing that gap to Kawaihae. I think their first thought is, we might need to speed up more, boys. And it's gonna hurt. see the gains that they've made on that leg. Not insignificant. They're looking good out there. Kawaihae is starting to put the gap on people. Let's pull back a little so kind of perpendicular. You get an idea of this lead they've established. That's just inside of them, I believe. They are already at the turn. ʻEhitu turning. Let's see. Got anybody else turning? No, they are alone on that first turn there. It does look like I believe that's Puna coming out of the corner there, and then outside. They are being chased. See, I think we got the drone ready again here. Let's see if we can get the drone view of Kawaihae, ʻEhitu. Yeah, I can almost see everybody. So there's ʻEhitu with their solid lead. Puna trying to catch them. Let's see if we can catch these guys on the corner. As they make their way down the course. A little bit further out than I thought. Taking a bit to catch up to the corner. Just swing a little wide and see what we got. Here they come. Double kahi. Right around that corner. Not to be outdone. Puna. Stepping on it. So make sure we don't miss lane one. Kawaihae on the outside. And Kamehameha. That's a tight race between those two. Wow, we got some tight racing there. All right, well, these corners they get heavier and heavier as this race goes on, because they've got a lot of course to cover. So we've still got another set of laps, another half mile. Let's just take a nice drone look and appreciate the skill these guys have. All right, here we have ʻEhitu. They're coming in hot. I don't think there's any stopping these guys. They have definitely sealed the spot at states for themselves. It was a nice race for those guys. Second place too, also qualifies for states. Let's see who's coming up. Here we go. I believe that is Puna. I could be wrong. Yeah, that's Puna. They pulled themselves a nice second place there. 1.5 mile race. That's no joke, folks. All right, well, that wraps up the men's senior race. I don't know if you're as tired as I am. That was a battle watching that. Those guys are really moving, and good job to ʻEhitu. They put a large gap. I expect them to do well at states in that race. So now we're coming up on women's 40. Let's just take a quick look at the women's senior results. So the results from the women's senior race. And we're just waiting on the men's senior results. But you can tell 14 minutes, that's a long time to be sprinting. You can understand why that's a hard race. Okay, so we're back to our half miles here with the women's masters. Event 34. Let's put our crews up while they get out on the course, and then we'll get ready to get started. All right, women's 40, they're off. Our drone operator, he's been grounded because he's got to race this next race. But I will keep you beachside with all these canoes out here. We've got quite a battle brewing between all of them. We just see if we can lock them in on all the cameras. But you can see how grouped together they are. This women's 40s race has been pretty competitive so far this season. I didn't get a chance to put up the standings for this race, but I can tell you that the top 4 crews, they've been moving back and forth and battling each other this whole season. And you can tell because as they approach this perpendicular here, you'll see how lined up they are. You know, they're pretty much going stroke for stroke. Almost all the canoes are overlapped here as they're coming down for their first turn. So it's hard to determine even who's in first, but I'm thinking that it's close between Kawaihae there in lane 2 and KEAWE. But they're moving quick up on this turn. And they're all grouped together. I mean, I just got to pan back so you can just see how closely grouped all these canoes are. This is a very competitive race. Some excellent paddlers. Yeah, but we do see a few leaders emerging here. Yeah, definitely Kawaihae and KEAWE. They're making the moves there. Puna's trying to chase him down. I think we have here in lane 1. They are also battling ʻEhitu. They're trying to make a move up on the inside. but they got a gap. Who was that? Oh no, yeah, we got a black flag. Black flag. It looks like Keaukaha might have hit the flag. We'll have to put that. Let's see if we can bring that up on replay. After the race, I don't know if I captured that or not. But they are quickly working their way back upwind here. All these crews have quickly separated after that turn. But they were all coming down really tightly grouped. And now we're starting to see the separation for some of these lead crews. And it's really paying off for these inside canoes, as they have gained quite a bit of distance. And you can see they're really pushing, they're moving hard. Now we'll have to see if that flag hit the water in our replay. That is, if I've got it working right. Doesn't seem to be capturing the full screen, but we'll give it a shot. They're moving quickly up on the flags. This is going to be a battle all the way to the finish. Look at that. Wow. All right, good job to Kawaihae. KEAWE. A little bit on the inside there. Wow, that was a tight one. Very competitive race with that top pack, and you can see the competition's nowhere near finished as our second pack is battling it out there. Let's just bring it in a little bit. I don't know if you can judge those, but I can't, and I don't have to. I'm not an official. But that was a great race. Good job, women. Let's see if we can pull up some quick results here from the previous race. Let's see if they have completed the men's senior. They have completed the men's senior results. So that was a long race. Let's see how that all shook out with those crews. So men's senior, that's event 33, a couple events back. Kamehameha, Puna, and ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu had a huge gap on the crews there. I expect them to do well at States. Let's just take a quick look at their times versus the States times. I don't know if they've recorded any for this event, but we'll just put them up and see. Yeah, they do have some States times recorded with some ridiculous numbers that don't even make sense. I don't know how you could do that in 7 minutes, so I don't know what's up with the state times there. I think there's some confusion, because that can't be real. So anyway, we got men's 40s up next. Let's take a quick look at the men's 40 event as they get lined up. Alright, so here we are. We move into the 60s after this. Now let's take a look at our crews that are out there. so I can. So while we're waiting for them to line up, let's look at just some of the random backgrounds from some of the paddlers that are out there. You can see some of their history while we're waiting. Now, so these are all competitors out there chosen randomly, just giving you a little slice of life from their canoe. They're a little slow to line up, so we can go through a few of these. And then we'll do the standings for this event too, to get an idea of where everybody is as we get into states. We don't have any undefeated teams. This is one of those races where everybody battles really hard throughout the season. You can see by that point spread, it's pretty tight. ʻEhitu has been doing well. Keaukaha is on their heels, and Puna as well, only 4 points back. So this is one of those races where it's anybody's bet, and they're all going to be gunning for that gold here at Moku's. So while we're still waiting for them to line up, we can just go through a few more paddlers. All right, men's 40 underway. Let's get a close look at our canoes out there. They're out there on fire. We got our 4 crews battling it out. We got a little bit of boat wake, some bounciness. All right, so let's swap cameras and take a closer look here in the midfield. Now they're starting to come across. You can probably hear some of the noise in the background. That's just kids over here having a good time. But it does look like Keaukaha and I think ʻEhitu. Yep, Keaukaha, ʻEhitu a little bit ahead as they move here in front of us. You know, we can see that. And Puna Puna is just right in the mix, like nobody's giving an inch here as they battle their way down, with Puna moving ahead just slightly. Let's see what happens at the turn. This is where the money is made. Let's pan back a little bit, see if we can catch our inside boat. Oh, no, I mean outside. Outside canoe, still moving their way down. So let's come down and watch this turn. This is going to be a synchronized turn between these three canoes. 1, 2, 3. Almost like they planned it. With ʻEhitu coming around quick. Keaukaha already out. And Puna catching up on speed. Pretty flawless by all three crews. The question is, did ʻEhitu lose a little bit of speed? But they look like they've maintained an overlap. They've got about a half a canoe overlap with Puna on the inside, starting to gain on Keaukaha in lane 3. Puna's trying to pour it on, hoping to catch ʻEhitu. It's a three-way battle here. As they come down the course, you can see them gaining. Got some flags in our way today, but pretty good view from downtown. It does look like ʻEhitu is putting on a solid sprint here. I can hear the crowd down there getting pretty excited as they're approaching the finish. It definitely looks like Puna is still trying to battle for that second place. Let's see what we got here. Looks like Puna did pull off the second. So we got ʻEhitu, Puna, and Keaukaha. Those are unofficial results. That was a great race from those guys. Very competitive race. Let's just take a quick look at the standings for that event before we move on, just to get an idea of where we are. So, with Puna coming in second, I don't think that's going to move the standings much. So I think these standings look like they're going to last. So Keaukaha is going to maintain a second going into states. But that was a good race. As we go into our 60s, let's see if we've got some results. We do have the women's 40s results ready to show. So here are the women's 40s. Before we get rid of the women's 60s, next event, yeah, they did catch that flag. It was for Keaukaha when they caught that corner turn. Not quite sure what's going on with Hui Waʻa's flag there, but apparently didn't qualify as a DQ. And I'm just curious on the times. Those don't look super fast, but sometimes when you compare the state numbers, you can be surprised. So let's see what we got. We do. Kawaihae managed to pull a top 5 time in the state for that race at 4:13.97. All right, yeah, that's good. We don't have any other Big Island crews holding that record in the 40s, so that's great. That's good progress. And when they're off at states, let's hope they can hit the podium from there. So now let's take a look at the 60s, because we do have an undefeated crew coming up. So this is the women's crew. They've had 7 core paddlers, and it looks like all of them are back for the most part again today for the championships, trying to keep their undefeated status. Let's take a quick look at all the standings to see what kind of competition they're up against. Right, so they've got 7-point gap on Waikoloa. Waikoloa's been doing well though, and Hoemana, ʻEhitu, and Kamehameha are in a 3-way battle for third. So we're going to see what happens. I think we should see some action out there. Let's just put up the event schedule real quick, and then we'll move on to the crews for each lane. All right, so here we go. Women's 60. You want to keep your eye on an undefeated crew there. You know when they're at Moku's, they're going to keep that status. You don't want to be undefeated all season and not get the gold at Moku's. Look at these ladies go. They're out there. Pushing quickly down the course. We're already ready to switch cameras, trying to keep up with them. Looks like Puna here moving into view. Puna in lane 2 there. Hoemana chasing them down. Oh, we got Waikoloa. Waikoloa lane 3 making their move. It looks like, our outside lanes are moving pretty good today. It just seems they're moving pretty badly when you're trying to turn around and go the other way. It seems to be slowing everybody down. But let's see how we are coming into the mid-course. Everybody's pretty lined up. There's hardly half a canoe between these racers. Definitely looks like Puna has got themselves a little bit of lead and are starting to move again as they come into this corner. And keeping an eye on these start boats for any black flags, which means there's a violation, possible DQ. But so far our race is clean. and we're coming in on the corner. Here we go, they're braking. That's Puna coming around the corner. Definitely around the corner first, but Waikoloa is in a close second. And we got a Canoe on the outside that's also putting some pressure on them. I don't think we have our drone quite yet. I think our drone operator has been busy recovering from his race. But yeah, look at this. I think Puna is giving them a run for their money, but you know, it's anybody's game at this point because that's not much separation between Waikoloa and Puna. You know, we have the Canoe on the far outside. I'm not sure if that's Keauhou. It could be. I see they're coming down here. Oh, that looks like Puna has pulled it off. Nice placing there. Waikoloa, I believe, there. Good job. That's some good racing. Oh, on the inside, they just tried to sneak by me. That was Hoemana. Don't want to miss Hoemana. Good to see you guys out here. Okay, well that's great, man. That wraps up our women's 60 race, and I think Alright, so you know, that was our men's 40s results. Now we're moving on to the men's 60, and in the men's 60s, I believe we should have another undefeated club. Oh, we do not. So here's men's 60s. Let's take a quick look at the overall standings as we come in here. Yeah, it is kind of tight. 5-point break between Waikoloa and Hui Waʻa. Keauhou a little bit further down, 39. That's a 6-point gap. But if you look at some of their placings, you can see that these clubs have been bouncing back and forth. So, you know, it just depends on who's in the crew and how motivated they are. And let me tell you, everybody is motivated for Mokus. So here we are in 60, moving into the 55 soon. Let's take a look at our crews that are out there today as they get lined up. All right, here we go. We're getting ready for the men's 60. I think we might have our drone back. Yeah, it looks like we do have our drone back, so gonna get some good views as it's clearing up out here. We got one more canoe pulling up. There we go. Our drone is airborne. Let's go ahead and bring that into the mix. Paddles up. Let's go, boys. And 60 underway. Wow, this is one tight race. They are coming in quick on this finish. Look at how close they are. 3 canoes with overlaps. These hammers, they are moving. Let's see if we can get in a little bit closer to this. All right, here we come. Oh boy, that was a tight second and third. That's kind of a tough one to call. So I'm going to leave that one to the officials for today, because that was a tight second and third. Nice. So our men's 60s. A good job for our 60s men. We're going to start moving to the 55s now as we work our way towards the end of the day with event 38 coming up. Let's take a quick look at results. So we do have the women's 60s results. Alright, so we got women's 60s. Kamehameha in third, Waikoloa second, and Puna in first. It was a solid race for Puna. It's a good job. Let's just take a quick peek at what the times are compared to states for them. And Puna is in the number 5 spot, but not this time. This time they were about a minute slower with this crew, but they did pull off a first, so you can't complain about that. Could be a course difference, but it's great to see we have some top 5 teams that are going into states to represent Big Island. Alright, so we just finished men's 60s. Right now we got women's 55. So let's take a quick look at our women's 55 crews. We don't have any undefeated teams here, but we do have a lot of movement in the top 3. Opua, Kawaihae, and Puna have been battling out. Waikoloa has also had some good results. Let's see what's going to happen today. It's a four-way battle for the most part. Let's take a look at our crews, and then we'll get ready for this race. Okay, all right, women's 55. We're getting ready for them to line up. We've got nobody out there, so let's just let's put the ticker up and wait for them to show. We'll keep our drone going as they get lined up. All right, here we are, women's 55 getting lined up. Looks like we got one more canoe coming out. Yeah, one more canoe. Kaupua lane 1. They got to do a Yui. Get lined up. We get lined up and get going. The boat holders, they got extra boat holders already. It's never fun being the last one on the line because everybody's just waiting for you. See, they already got paddles up because they're already worried about being late on the line. It's hard to catch your breath and get ready to go, but here we go. You know, I see some more paddles up. We're getting ready to rock. Let's get this race going. Women's 55. All right, now it's paddles up. All right, they are underway. Look how close these canoes are. We got a three-way overlap here for first. But it does look like Opua here on the inside is managing to pull off the first place. Let's pull up the finish camera so we can get a good view. And here they come. There's our first crew there, followed by Opua. Puna. So I think Kawaihae, unofficial, got a first on that one. Good job, ladies. Wow, that was a close one too. You know, nobody's giving up an inch at this race at Moku's. You won't see anybody backing off, and we still have crews out there battling. You can see them in the background in the drone. Let's sweep over just a little bit. I think here they come. All right, good job, ladies. Boom, across the line. Nice. All right, so that's our 55 women's cruise. Still going strong out there, Am. All right. Alright, so we do have men's 60s results to share with you here now that we've finished the women's 55. And before we get into the next event, which is the men's 55, here's results from the 60s. We had 9 canoes out there. It was a big race. Alright, good job to all you paddlers. That was a quick race there for Hui Waʻa at 3:58. Let's take a quick look here. What's lined up here from our men's 55. They're still lining up. So men's 55 race. That's event 39. They're just moving along here. It's 6 more events. So our men's 55 cruise. Let's take a look while they get lined up. Alright, we're getting ready for our men's 55 race. As you saw, we've got about 6 crews ready to go. Got 3 on the line so far. And it's just turned into a beautiful day from the rain and gloom that we had this morning. It's just bright sunshine. Let's take a quick look at the standings for this event. So Waikoloa 35, Keaukaha 33, Puna 31. You don't get much closer than that. These 3 canoes are going to be battling hard. Let's see there. Where are they today? So Waikoloa is lane 2, Keaukaha lane 4, Puna lane 3. So 2, 3, and 4 are the lanes to watch because they are definitely in a fierce battle. Like all season, if you look at those numbers up and down for everyone. So, you know, it's been a tight race between these crews. While they get set up, let's just run through some backgrounds. All right, we're off. Men's 55. I'm pretty sure our drone is up too, or will be shortly. So lanes 2, 3, and 4, those are the top contenders so far based on their past regatta experience. So let's see what happens today out there. We still don't quite have our drone stabilized, so I gotta pick up another camera view. As they come downfield here, you get an idea of what's happening with our leaders. There you go. It looks like Keaukaha might be edging out. Yeah, we had an emergency landing there for our drone. Oh, Keauhou. Yeah, well, look at this. It's a three-way battle as predicted. Let's see what happens when we get down to this turn. We've had a couple DQs on flags already today. This is the drone over here. Okay, we're coming into the corner. Hot and heavy. 1, 2, 3. Oh, looks like Keaukaha might have gained a little ground on that, but Waikoloa is on fire. Coming out of there first. Keaukaha looks like they've covered up some time pretty good. They came out ahead of Puna, just on the inside of them. They're still trying to chase down that first place boat, Waikoloa. And Puna is trying to recover their time they lost on that corner. Puna's got about a half a canoe to gain. But Waikoloa, they have really turned it on. They've opened it up at least a canoe and a half length as they move down. Let's see if we can pull them up here. They're getting closer to the finish. It looks like this is going to be a battle of 4 canoes. They have a nice smooth rhythm. This inside canoe is really getting a good glide. Look how smooth they're running. It's definitely a sprint for the finish. They have lost a little bit of their original gap, but it was not close. Good job, guys. Waikoloa. Oh, wow, look at this battle. Oh, then they looks like they got edged out by Puna just there at the last second. Puna chased them the whole way with a little bit of gap behind them and managed to pull it off for the second. That's all unofficial. That was a good race. All right, so we're wrapping it up here. Last canoe coming in, Opua. Alright, so that was our men's 55. Now we're going to move into the women's 50s. Let's see if we have any more results. We do. We have the women's 55 results. Let's put those up. All right, we're coming in on the finish. Women's 50. Look at this. Look how close this is. First, second. Oh, that was quite a battle for these ladies out there, and it's still a battle for third place. You can see that on the drone here as we're moving in. All right, well, we're lining up here for the men's 50, and we do have an undefeated team out there. This is ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu here. They've had 13 guys swapping in and out. In fact, they had to put in a new guy today to help them see if they can cinch the Moku's gold. But we do have most of their guys who have been pretty consistent. We got two seven-time gold winners in that crew, and 5, 5, and a 3. And so I think the new paddler is probably going to be in good hands. It's going to be a challenge, no doubt, because they're going to have other crews gunning for them. Let's take a look at the overall. So, they're only 7 points ahead of Puna. So, they've got their sights set on first. So they're going to have to fight those guys off. Kamehameha, Keaukaha, and Hoemana, they've all been battling together too this season. So let's just take a look to see what crews are running in this race. Well, there you have it, folks. They managed to pull off another undefeated race. ʻEhitu, good job. That was our senior men's 50s. As the rest of the canoes coming in over the finish line. Let's take a quick look at some of the results. I think we last left you with women's 55, but we have some more results. We have the men's 55 results already. So let's take a quick look at those. So here's our men's 55, and following them we have the women's 50 as well. Men's 55, third Keaukaha, second Puna, and first Waikoloa. You can look at those times, they're pretty tight. 0.4 of a second there between second and third. Now let's just take a look at the women's 50 results. Alright, ʻEhitu. Just barely over a full second ahead. It was tight. So let's wait on the men's 50s results. Those will be coming up soon. And let's look forward to the next event. That's going to be event 42. That's going to be the mix 55. Our mix 55. Followed by mixed 40s, and then we start the open fours. Those hammers are getting warmed up already. Okay, let's take a look at who we got here in the mix 55 today. No undefeated crews, but we will take a look at the standings after we take a look at all the lanes. Alright, so mix 55, popular race, 9 canoes. Let's see who else we got out here today. 10. Oh, I don't know, they might have scratched that one. We got 10 crews out there. Oh, yeah, we do have 10. Alright. Well, let's take a look at the standings for this event because they're still getting lined up. So Opua, they're 3 points ahead of Hui Waʻa, who is only 5 points ahead of ʻEhitu. So, you know, our top 3 canoes again, these are really the contenders to watch, with Kawaihae, Puna, and Waikoloa also in the mix. You know, they have pukas in some of those past regattas, so their point totals don't come up quite as high, but you can see they've had some good results. Kawaihae has pulled off some good third places, fourth places. Yeah, you can see that they could pull up a surprise here as they get geared up. They bring in their stacked crews, try to make a mark here at Moku's. Let's just roll through some of the paddler backgrounds. That's the beautiful Hilo Bay in the background as our drone flies around. It's going to be an event. We've got, 10 crews out there basically. I only see 2 canoes. All right, our drone seems to be deciding to go to visit the beach here, so let's not look at that. So here we go. Mix 55. This is another one of those events where you stack these crews with your 3 quickest. You put them out in the canoe and just let them go. And you'll see that we definitely have 3 top crews competing here, along with a second pack of pretty equally matched paddlers. And we do have our drone back in action. There we go. You can see how well matched they are. Look at how they're all overlapped for the most part, from the inside all the way to the outside lane. And I do think we do have a scratch. Yeah, so we have 11 on the board, but 10 canoes out there. They're quickly approaching the flag. And we're starting to see some gaps form between the inside and the outside. We got some quick paddlers on the outside. I think there might be a little bit of advantage still on that outside coming down, but then it's a push because you typically have a little bit more wind out there. But the water's looking great today, and so are these paddlers as they come into this corner. Look at this. This is just awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turning. With Keauhou a little bit of lead on everybody. Let's see how quick they come out of there. Nice job. Yeah, they came out with a little bit of lead. So Hui Waʻa there and a little bit of the lead over everyone. Keauhou and maybe Waikoloa out there. Yeah, I think that's Waikoloa that's giving everybody a push from the outside. This is some great paddling from our 55 mix. These crews have a lot of experience, and you can tell they're really working together well. Let's give you a full screen view of these 55 hammers. They're looking good. So we got Hui Waʻa and ʻEhitu, but I think Opua there in lane 3, along with Waikoloa, with kind of in the middle of your screen up there at the top. It looks like Waikoloa is maybe right in line here with the inside Hui Waʻa. It's really hard to tell. They're all pretty close. So you've got those 4 canoes just sort of leading. Hui Waʻa from the inside, ʻEhitu, Keauhou, and then a little bit further out in lane 5, Waikoloa. And we are coming up quickly on the finish because that's how fast these guys are. Let's take a quick look at our finish line. I don't want to mess around as they come in. We get a definitive shot here to see how our finishes go. It does look like a 4-way tie for first. How is that? Oh my God, that was just amazing. that was really something else. You know, and I unfortunately I don't think I have my replay is working quite right yet. We'll wait for these other canoes to finish, and we will try to replay that one. But for some reason, it's getting cropped when I view them, and I haven't had time to figure out what's going on. But let's just take a quick look. We'll try the replay. We'll just push them live. Here they are coming down. Let me jump to the replay video. Does seem like we could maybe, yeah, okay, let me just, this might look a little crazy for a minute while I get this sorted. But I don't know why I'm getting a replay of just the drone footage instead of the finish line footage. Here we go. Okay, we are back in action. I do have this fixed. So we're gonna see that finish here. I'm just gonna scoot forward a little bit in time. And there it is. What do you guys think? I'm gonna let it play in spits here. How is that for a finish? That is just a wild scene. I mean, who can call that? I mean, I wouldn't want to do it. Let's take another quick look at that finish. Wow. Wow, that's quite the replay there. I don't know how to judge that one. I want to try them one more time. See if we can bring it back up. And let's jump to the finish. Yeah. That is just wild. Let's do it one more time because I'm just fascinated by that finish. All right, good job, Mix 55. Let's see how it ends up in the wash after you guys get the official version of what just happened, because I couldn't tell you myself. That is just a wild time, and I need to turn my cameras back on because everything shut down while I was rescaling. So that was an awesome 55 mix race. If you like close races, that is by far the closest we've had all day. And you know what? We're going to have another set of just nothing but high competition races all the way to the end. So our next race is going to be the mixed 40. And mixed 40 is a classic race that we get a lot of competitors in. But before we do that, let's pull up Moon's 50 results because we have those ready. And we're still waiting for our 40s to get lined up out there. So here we go. Men's 50 results. We had a scratch, so I guess Kwai Ching didn't want to paddle all by himself. Hoemana, Puna, and ʻEhitu. Top 3 on that race. Congratulations to ʻEhitu, who's managed a successful undefeated season. And they've had a number of paddlers in and out of their canoe. So, you know, it's not just one set of 6 guys. It takes some talent. Let's just take a quick look at the results for that race versus the States, because there were some quick times in there. And we just take a quick peek at what we're looking at. So yeah, ʻEhitu not only holds the top 1 time, but they managed to beat the top 5 time. But they only give you 1 spot just to keep it fair for everyone. You can't just fill up the whole top 5. But good job to them. Expect to see good results at States from them. Now as we're getting ready for the next event, which is our mixed 40s, let's pull up the schedule. As you can see, we're quickly winding down. Event 46 is where we end today. And let's take a look at the crews that are out there. And we also have an undefeated crew. You're going to see them here in lane 2, KEAWE. KEAWE has managed 7 wins so far this season. We'll take a closer look at them and the standings in just a moment as they get lined up. Okay, as usual, the mixed 40 race brings in a lot of crews, and they're all throwing their top paddlers in. It's a fun race, it's a fast race, and it's nothing but competitive. So let's just take a look at our undefeated crew who has been holding off this horde of paddlers. And here you go. Here's one of your classic setups where you've managed to get 7 paddlers to paddle, or 6 paddlers, sorry, to paddle all together for all of these 7 regattas so far, including this last regatta here, and managed to pull off wins each time. So that's a good job being able to keep such a solid crew together. A lot of dedication to get that done. And let's take a look at the the standings, just to see how that lines up, because they're definitely being hunted down. ʻEhitu, Puna, Keaukaha, not far behind. Kawaihae, Hui Waʻa, Opua, all close together. Along with Kamehameha as well. And some of these other crews are doing well too. Waikoloa, they started off strong, but they ended up with pukas in this event. But let's see who's going to show up today and bring the heat, because you're going to need it for this race. Okay, our paddlers are itching to go. It looks like we might have one more canoe coming in. We do have one more canoe coming in. They're lining up. And they are off. Here we go. They are off. That's like our drone is having a little bit of aerial issues here. There we go. All right. This is our Masters 40 mix. They're off like lightning. You can tell by the streaks through the water, setting this course on fire. Looks like on the inside we got a little bit of lead with Keaukaha, but we got some outside canoes that are really putting the screws to everybody, as they are moving on the outside today. On that leg down there seems to be giving a little bit of push. Our inside guys are starting to catch up and starting to pass as they're approaching the turn. You can see here they are coming down. Got our inside leaders. Managed to hold off the assault from the outside. They're starting to come right into this turn here. We'll pan back a little bit so you can get an idea of where everybody is in this race. We definitely have 1 and 2 turning. That's ʻEhitu and KEAWE. Now remember, KEAWE, they're undefeated in lane 2, so we gotta keep a close eye on those guys. They got a lot to prove today. They really want that gold for Moku's. I tell you, they're looking good out there. That is one solid crew. but they're not going to walk away with it. You know, there's definitely going to be a challenge here. We got two crews chasing them down on the inside and the outside. Definitely ʻEhitu has got them in their sights. ʻEhitu here also looking really good. Their 40 mix moving along. Let's take a quick look out at the rest of the fleet as they come down here. This looks like Puna out there. Puna chasing them down. All right, I hear the crowd screaming. Oh, here we have that's Keaukaha. Keaukaha chasing the Puna guys and the rest of the fleet. Looking good out there. I think we're going to need to switch to our finish camera because we're getting close here. All right, let's see what we got down here. Yep, they're moving in. KEAWE definitely gap there towards the end. Nice finish. That's going to be a solid season for them. Nothing but gold hardware. Right on the inside here is the second place. I believe that's ʻEhitu. Ooh, third on the outside. I'm guessing I don't think that's Opua. I think that's Kawaihae there on the outside. But you can tell those top crews, they were battling. That was quite an event. I think we've got a few more just finishing. Here's some of our other crews coming in, wrapping up the 40 mix race. Okay, it looks like I do have some results from the mix race. This will be interesting to see. As you know, we saw a pretty tight finish there on the replay. I might even pull that replay again. Let's see what we got here. We got Waikoloa, ʻEhitu, and Opua. And just because we can do it. I'm just gonna let you guys watch. Looks pretty good, if you ask me. And it's kind of hard to tell exactly where the line is, and you know, when it gets that tight, it's really hard to judge. So I'm not going to be the one to do that. The video kind of speaks for itself. I think they were pretty close in those calls. I mean, it's really hard to time those time differences like that without any kind of electronic timing. But that was a good race. So yeah, that was the results from our mix 55, and we just completed mix 40. So what is next? Next, it's fun time. Open 4. This is where the hammers come out to play. And we usually have a lot of crews ready to go, try their luck out here in the open 4. Let's just slap up the sidebar real quick and just get an idea how many are out there. That's what I thought. We got 11 lined up. So, you know, if we're looking at races, you can see we've only got 2 more after this one. Another open 4, and then the mix open. And that's a wrap for Moku's champs. So while we're waiting, it's probably a good time just to take a look at our division progress. How How are we all doing out there? ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, and Puna. Top 3 there. Double A division. Looks like most of the battle is done there. KEAWE coming out on top. 161. Huge gap there. Hoemana. So Hoemana still has 3 more races, so I don't think there's any stopping Hoemana. They're going to be gathering a few more points, followed by Laka and Nava'a. So, you know, looks like our top crews, our top clubs, they have all solidified their leads for the Moku's race. So this regatta, all the top spots are taken. But what everybody is really interested in is how are they ranking before they go to states. So this Open 4 race is another one of those where it's a tight battle. You can see there's only 1 point separating second. Yeah, and there's only 9 points separating first. And then if you look down, the whole pack is right there. You got 39, 37, 32, 31, 25, 21. That's wild. So yeah, this is the race where every stroke counts, every pull counts, probably counts double because you're missing a couple people in that canoe. So there's no messing up, there's no backing off. It's full throttle or go home. So this is our Open 4 race. We did the cruise. Let's just pull up the ticker and let's just take a peek at some of the backgrounds as we roll through this race, getting ready for it to start. I think we've got quite a few crews still not out there. We've only got like 5 canoes showing up so far, so we've got a little bit of time. Sorry, I had to step away there a minute while I got our drone batteries sorted out. Because you don't want to miss this race, and we got to get the drone up there. It's just such a beautiful day out there, and I mean, you can't beat a sunny day on the bay and some koa canoe racing. And it looks even better with the drone. You get that nice high-res close-up. I think we're getting closer. I think we got all our canoes out there, so we should see this Open fours all lined up. We got paddles up. Oh, hammers are in action. Look at them going, grinding away. It's always this high speed start here with these open four. You gotta build that momentum and then keep that canoe gliding. Nice. Yeah, I mean they're all in line. They're looking good. Let's see if our drone is ready. We got overhead flights. That is not our drone. Okay, I am happy to report we are going droneage. This is the best view here for a 4-man race, and maybe not the best choice of music. Just randomly hit something else. They are all overlapped. I believe from lane 1 all the way out to lane 11. That's how bad all these crews want to win this race. They are already getting down here to the turn. I'm going to pop in the turn camera just so we can get a view of it. Because they are all coming in, and our drone for some reason decided to go slow-mo again. Here we are. I believe lane 2 is probably going to hit that corner first. It is all, no, lane 2 and lane 3 are both coming around first, followed by lane 1. So that's Puna, Waikoloa, and Kamehameha. But I'll tell you, just about everybody's turning. That's how close they all are. As you look all the way down the line, you got a few stragglers out there, but that's just fine. You can see this fleet's coming back full speed. Our drone just decided to give up. Yeah, they are all starting to get a little bit of gap by looks like Puna, followed by Waikoloa, and then Kamehameha on the inside. So yeah, that's definitely Puna there. Waikoloa and Kamehameha chasing them down. I'm going to take a shot on the drone, but it is still not ready for action. So let's bring the finish camera into play as we see them coming down. I think Puna is still managing to hold everyone off. We do have some crews on the outside that are doing some good paddling, really making up ground. They're having a hard time catching these inside crews. It does look like we've got Puna coming in. And here we go. So we got Puna coming in second. Unofficially. Good job. Waikoloa. So Puna, Waikoloa, and Kamehameha on the inside. Those were our top 3 finishers, but you know, we've got a lot of crews still out there coming in across the line, and because it's such a big race, they're all going to be gathering points. You can see how hard they're working. Good job. Open 4 is a tough race for anyone. All right, so you can see by these scores that we're going to have a battle on our hands. Look, we got 55 to 53 to 52 to 49 to 42 to 35 to 35. So this is going to be one hot race. So let's get ready to watch. Okay, we got you covered on both sides of the track here, inside and outside with the drone, and open 4. Men underway. As you saw, those times, the scores are really tight with each other. You can expect to see a real battle between these crews. And they're off, and you can tell that they're pretty evenly matched. Quarter of the way off the line, and they're still all within canoe lengths of each other. And we got our open 4 crews running hard. Looks like we have Keaukaha in the lead a little bit here, but we've got everybody all on their tail there. ʻEhitu on the inside, trying to chase them down. And we got a couple canoes on the outside. So we're coming up on the turn here. There's ʻEhitu coming into the flag. There we go. ʻEhitu doing a good job there rounding that flag. They gained some time there on Keaukaha on lane 3. Now it's going to be a tough battle. Recovered some lost ground. And then we have, looks like lane 2. I believe that's Puna. It's going to be a tough battle. Yeah, it looks like we're running ʻEhitu on the inside, then lane 3 Keaukaha, and then Puna. You can see them grinding away. They're pushing. Alright, we're definitely going to need a finish camera for this one. All right, well, I think you saw that. It was ʻEhitu, followed by Keaukaha and then Puna. That was an exciting race there. That's unofficial. We'll wait for the race results, but you know that's the kind of thing that happens when you come to Mokus. You never know how they're going to run their crews, who's gonna be able to show up, and who's gonna deliver a little bit extra when you need it at the Mokus. So that's a little bit another upset we've had this week, or sorry, this regatta. I think that's the fifth kind of surprise, where our top rated crew ends up in the second or third place. So see that again. We got one more race to go here. I think we've got some results to show. Let's see what we got here. We do have the mixed 40 race. Those results are ready. Let's take a quick peek at those. Alright, mixed 40, Kawaihae, ʻEhitu, and KEAWE. Some fast times in the mixed 40 race. Let's do a quick check against the state. See where those times are in the state regatta, the state level. So you can see KEAWE they're still holding on to their number 4 spot, and just about broke in again. They would have got a number 5th spot too. Good job to them. Nice racing. Now let's get ready for our final event here. It's going to be open mix. Open mix is another one of those races where they just pack the race course and they put in as many as they can. So let's take a quick peek at how many we have out there. I'm guessing 12. We got 11 crews out there today. Just run through the teams and their crew members. Best. All right, so we're paddles up. And here we go. Last race, Moku's Championship. Who is going to be the open mix gold winner today? We've got a lot of crews competing for it. That's for sure. A lot of fast paddlers. Nobody's going to hold back, that's for sure. This is the last race. So we are going to just open it up and leave nothing else out on the water. As our crews come down the course, you can see they're all battling, all in a line. Put on inside, Keaukaha there. ʻEhitu, KEOUA. Kawaihae, Hui Waʻa, Hoemana. I mean, you couldn't paddle these canoes this close together if you were trying. Just look at how tight they all are. They're just all overlapped. I mean, there's really not much of a gap even between first and last here. And we do have a couple of canoes on the far outside. Looks like Waikoloa and Opua, who are already approaching the turn. Yeah, that far outside canoe is Waikoloa. And they look like they're almost even with our inside crews as they're coming around the corner. That was a tight turn by Keaukaha. They just parked that on the pin, and they're out of there. That was an impressive turn. Now they're digging. They gained quite a bit of time on that turn. Probably a quarter canoe length over Puna on the inside. Puna's going to be fighting back for that one. And you can see the inside canoes here are starting to gap our outer canoes. But they're working hard. They got a bit of boat chop, a bit of swell coming through for all these crews on the inside. The shore starting to get loud. They're seeing everything that's going on. There's like a half a canoe length between Keaukaha and Puna, the two inside crews, with lane 3 ʻEhitu just chasing them down. But it's definitely a full-on battle here between Keaukaha and Puna. It's a full sprint to the finish. And we are going to see where they end up as they approach these flags. You can see these two canoes are just neck and neck there, coming down the shore. It does look like Keaukaha has moved a little bit more on Puna on the inside. As we get a little closer to these flags, we'll find out for sure. And here they come. Looks like Keaukaha did maintain their top spot. And it does look like, the Puna pulled it off over ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu really tried to roar back on that one. They had a fairly big gap, almost half a canoe, that managed to pull up out of that turn and close those gaps and just about chased Puna down. That was an excellent race. Yeah, that's a great way to wind out Moku's. You can see why these crews are here at the championship race, battling for gold. That's an amazing run, guys. Good job for everybody out there. Good job, Keauhou. All right, well that's going to wrap us up here. As we wind down, let's see if we have any more results we can share with you before we call this season POW. We do have Women Open 4 results and Men Open 4 results. So let's just throw those up because I just don't want it to end. So here we go. Women Open 4, 11 crews battling it out. Okay, congratulations to those clubs. Kamehameha third, Waikoloa and Puna in first. That was Women's Open 4. We also have Men's Open 4 results. Hopefully we can get the Open Mix results before we close out. We haven't seemed to have been that lucky yet, but maybe. So we've got 9 crews out there. As we close in on the top 3, we've got Puna, Keaukaha, and ʻEhitu. So I'm not quite sure if I called that one right, but that's what they're saying. ʻEhitu squeezed by. I don't know quite how I missed them. They must have had a pretty good lead on the inside. I just didn't catch them, but yeah, here we come in for a landing as we're winding down the day. And we'll check one last time for some results from our mixed crews. Let's see what we have. We still do not have results from them. Before we wind down, we'll just play one more little segment, just in memory of Aunty Maile, who this race is named after.
Aunty Maile, she's my great grandma. The way a lot of people remember her is that she would have a blowhorn on the beach, yelling at the paddlers, both the keiki and the adults, regardless of what they're doing, just to try and correct and make sure that she brings out the best in the paddlers. She was the coach for Kailana Canoe Club for a really long time, honestly for as long as I can remember, before she passed away. Some of the traditional Hawaiian values that she would bring to canoe paddling was often instilled within us at a very young age. She started off with the youth. She taught us chants and songs to sing. She taught us the traditional ways of canoe paddling and how to rig canoes, all the way up from taking care of the canoe and how to actually paddle. She's very generous in providing insight to the youth and to the paddlers. She's actually inducted into the Big Island Sports Hall of Fame. So if you go to Prince Kuhio Mall, you'll actually see her photo on the wall as one of the paddling coaches. She did spend a lot of time with family. A lot of the time it was us spending time with her down at the beach. She did have a job. She was the security guard at Hilo High School, as a lot of people know and remember her as. But the way I remember her is that she's always on the beach, coaching both keiki and adults paddling. Canoe paddling runs in my blood. It started with my tutu, and it went on to my grandma, Aloha. It came down to me, and then my little siblings. As her great-granddaughter, I